Let me blast off for the one time for the Turbies and the Derbies out there. Turby, dirty, Turby, Derby, running for governor, assert, Turby, Derby, Turby. All right. We're talking about Todd Blanche confirmation, folks. Heated Senate confirmation hearings are taking place over former Trump defense attorney Todd Blanche taking over the role of Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is also a former Trump defense attorney. Todd Blanche is famous for the Ghislaine Maxwell side deal that he cut for Donald Trump. We'll talk about ICE to continue traffic stops, or Trump demands ICE to continue traffic stops. Dollars to Israel time as Dems are in disarray over funding. Abdullah Sayed tax returns released. Situation monitors straight closed. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. And of course, we'll be using a very funny Singapore related blast off meme today. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Because of the sudden nature of the event, Senator John Cornyn publicly requested a toxicology report be released due to rule out any foul play. I mean, yeah, because here's the thing, okay? A lot of people are going to be like, oh, it's poppers or whatever. But like, honestly, if you're Lindsey Graham, you go to Ukraine, okay? You go to Ukraine when Ukraine has depleted their munitions, their defensive munitions, like very openly, very famously. Russia is striking deeper and deeper into Kyiv over and over again. You go to a drone factory. You visit it. There's not a lot of aerial coverage. You do it very publicly. And then you fly back the same day and you die instantly. It's understandable to suspect foul play, especially considering that we have now entered a new territory with respect to assassination of high-profile politicians. Russia obviously has always done this, at least for, dissidents and the like. But Ukraine has obviously assassinated Dugin's daughter. There was another assassination attempt that took place recently this past week. And then obviously Donald Trump and Israel killed the entire command structure of the IRGC and also the Islamic Republic. So there's definitely a new environment for high profile assassinations. There's definitely a lot more appetite for it. There's perhaps a little bit more bandwidth for it, if that makes sense. So I would expect it to be some kind of potential high profile assassination from Russia. Like it's definitely important for us to figure it out, especially considering that the FBI, I think, was at his house investigating it too. Poison, drone, poppers, damn, can a ladybug catch a break? I mean, Russia loves killing people in the UK, though, to be honest, not crazy. No, it is crazy. It is crazy. Russia has assassinated political dissidents and has also attempted to assassinate or have assassinated, high profile Ukrainians in the inside of the military and inside of the political structure. But Russia potentially assassinating an American politician, that's huge. I don't even think that's ever happened. I might be wrong, but Russia assassinating an American politician and an American senator, that's war. It's obviously in America's best interest not to acknowledge if that's the case, right? I don't think America wants to now wage direct war with a nuclear power, direct war at a time when they already have their hands full with Iran. I mean, it's fine as it's a proxy war, right? But direct war would be something entirely different, something new. all my normie live friends think Russia killed him and the admin is covering it up. I mean, I'm not going to lie, that's not a very blue anon theory. That's not a very blue anon or blue MAGA theory at all. I think that's a fairly understandable theory to arrive at. Wouldn't Trump help cover it up since he seems beholden to Russia? That's one angle. I don't think that's the real angle because I think Trump's attitude towards Ukraine has shifted quite a bit, especially as Ukraine has been successfully ruining Russia's oil and gas infrastructure. Ukraine has a lot more leverage right now, so I think Ukraine is in better favor in Trump's eyes currently. So I wouldn't even say Trump is as hot on Russia as he used to be. But who knows? Who knows? I think it's an interesting story, though. I do think it's an interesting story. And we'll definitely look into it. We also got to look into this diarrhea situation, which I haven't really covered, but it seemingly is becoming a big problem. Okay, it's seemingly becoming a major issue. So we're gonna have to look at the Dookie Gate, the poo-poo virus, all of that. Yeah. This theory is so dumb. What would Russia or Ukraine get from this? I mean, Ukraine doesn't get anything from Lindsey Graham potentially dying. For Russia, it's a big fuck you. For Russia, it's testing the boundaries, right? Do you see what I mean? For Russia, they're not doing so great currently. They're getting, I mean, the strikes are actually hurting the Russian domestic attitudes towards Ukraine and towards the war. That is definitely clear. You got long lines at gas stations. The government has demanded. I mean, I don't think that's a reasonable explanation. It's about leverage. It's about leverage. Ukraine strikes at Russian oil and gas infrastructure. Ukraine destroys critical oil and gas refineries. Ukraine starts successfully targeting and striking Russian tankers. All of a sudden, Ukraine is able to successfully harm the Russian economy and create domestic chaos. Okay, that's leverage for Ukraine, and Ukraine has been gaining that leverage. On the Russian side, they have to push back. They have to fight back. They have to do something to also then reassert their dominance. So what has Russia been doing? Striking Kyiv over and over again, punishing Kyiv in a way that they hadn't done since the beginning of the war or the special military operation, right? So for them, testing the boundaries of what they can get away with, this would be a huge deal from the Russian perspective. If they were to assassinate an American high-profile politician, a huge anti-Russia hawk, that would be a massive point of leverage for Russia. That would be a fuck you to the rest of the world. If you can do that to America, if you can do that to an American senator, no one is safe. If you can do that to an American senator and basically have nothing, experience nothing in retaliation, because America doesn't want to wage a direct war with Russia because, you know, these are two nuclear powers. There's no precedent for it. It's a stress test. It's a expansion of the permission structure for Russia, what they can get away with. This makes every European country and every European politician think twice, because for them, Ukraine is not fighting this war on its own. It's not a secret. Ukraine is fighting this war with NATO, and Ukraine is gaining a lot of leverage by striking certain targets that they previously would never have access to. So obviously, from the Russian perspective, they're looking at the situation and they're thinking to themselves, someone's giving them this intel. It's either the United States of America or it's other NATO countries. Now, of course, even if it's other NATO countries, very high likelihood that it's still the United States of America that's, manning the ship, that's allowing them to, that's giving them the go-ahead. We now know that the United States is giving Ukraine the go-ahead to continue striking oil tankers and the oil and gas refineries. This is, as I already told you, created a lot of chaos internally. Okay. So for them, if they were to successfully take out an American senator, probably one of the biggest advocates for continuing the war against Russia, that's a huge deal. That's a huge point of leverage, is a huge threat. It's a way for them to, even if they don't take credit for it, it's a way for them to basically say, you better think twice. You better think twice before you continue your partnership with Ukraine. You better think twice before you give Ukraine intelligence. This is an act of war. If true, this is an act of war. It's a major escalation. There's not really any precedent for it that I can think of, right? I'm just saying, I'm not saying this is a definitive theory. I'm just saying it's simply a theory, right? I'm simply saying it's a theory, but I'm telling you why it would be understandable for the federal government to actually investigate his cause of death, right? There's some people who are saying, "Oh, Russia killed him in Ukraine; they hid it." I don't think that's the case. Obviously, I think because there's a body, right? There was a body that people saw, so I don't think that Russia killed him in the drone factory or something like that. But I mean, it's not that crazy to investigate with the toxicology report to see if there's foul play. If Russia has in the past poisoned people and killed them with poison, it's like they're very common. It's a very common mode of assassination for Russia, other than defenestration, right? So, it's not. I don't think it's that crazy to look at the situation and demand a full investigation into it. So yeah, it's the timing of the incident. Like even if Lindsey Graham went to Ukraine, came back from Ukraine, and then died like a week after, a couple days after, you would still be like, that's strange timing, right? But the fact that he just landed in America and then fucking perished, that's insane. You know what I mean? There's not enough evidence. I'm just saying that it is mysterious. Now, obviously, cardiac arrest or like dying of a heart attack or whatever after, long travel at the age of 71. His father had died at the age of 69. It makes sense. It's in the family. That's also a very likely and very realistic outcome. I still think it's worthy of an investigation, and it's not just my assessment. It's clear that Ron Wyden has also called out a investigation, and it's clear that the FBI is investigating it. So not the picture of ideal health even for his age, dude. Yeah. I'd say that there's 90 chances he died of natural cause because he's old and cardiac events like this aren't heard of and happen very quickly. But given he just got back from Ukraine, he seemed otherwise fine. It makes no sense. It makes sense to look into it at least. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of poisoning could cause an aortic dissection, though. Yeah, well, there's two competing theories here. There's two competing theories. One is that's not the actual cause of death, and then they're just going to say, oh, it's a heart attack, he's an old guy. Or some kind of poison might have actually done that. But yeah. His heart exploded when he saw strikes on Iran. That could be the case. Someone wrote up the timeline and he wouldn't have made it back in time. Yeah, I've heard that too. I've heard people suspect that he never actually made it back or something. I don't know if that's real. Obviously, like people saw him. People saw him, right? I mean, his body was carried out of his house. So I don't know about that. But yeah. What is the obvious question? What would Russia even gain from this? Seems silly. Oh, major points. If you're saying what would Russia gain from this, you're wrong. Are you kidding me? Russia is desperate to reassert control over the situation and regain some kind of escalation dominance in the in the conflict. In its newest formation, where backed by NATO nation intelligence, backed by U.S. intelligence, Ukraine, as I already told you, are making significant gains, not territorial gains necessarily, but making significant gains in terms of leverage by destroying or at least crippling Russian oil and gas infrastructure. It's caused tremendous pain at the domestic level in Russia. There are long lines. There are actually limits. The Russian government is implementing hard limits on how much oil, how much gas you can put in your car. That's a huge deal. Are you kidding me? They are universalizing the pain inside of Russia in ways that they never could. That's huge. That's a huge deal. That's a huge point of leverage for Ukraine. Huge point of leverage for Ukraine. So for Russia, they know, I mean, they can punish Ukraine by blowing up Kyiv, which they've been doing, but then they also are trying to threaten, to the best of their ability, NATO countries, right? They have to do something to the NATO countries to be like, if you keep helping Ukraine, we are going to do something back to you. Now, in the past, what they would do is cyber attacks, right? Or every now and then, there would be like a random attack on critical infrastructure out of nowhere, like a random localized act of terrorism. Who knows who was doing it? But mostly it was just cyber, right? It was cyber terrorism, cyber warfare. That was a big threat. That's one way that Russia can tell the European countries, like, if you fuck with us, we're going to hurt you somehow, right? This is a huge threat and a huge escalation from the Russian side. We can get to you and we can do this with impunity if it's real. If it's real. Okay? I'm not saying that's the case, but if you're asking me what would Russia gain out of this, what leverage Russia would gain out of this, is a huge fucking deal. Huge deal. It's massive. It's unprecedented. Obviously, Russia wants there to be no ties with NATO countries and Ukraine because the connection, like severing the connection between European countries and Ukraine, and specifically the United States and Ukraine is something that Russia wants. That's why Vladimir Putin was dangling a fake ceasefire in front of Donald Trump to successfully get Donald Trump to stop intelligence sharing and to stop their security cooperation with Ukraine in the beginning. If you remember, leading up to the Alaska summit, and Russia clearly had no interest in following through on a ceasefire whatsoever. They were just lying to Trump, and Trump was stupid enough to believe it. And at the time, Russia did have a lot of leverage. They had hardened their position in the eastern Ukrainian territories. That's a huge amount of leverage. It was they had so much leverage that they thought that they could demand additional areas of Donbass, additional territories that they hadn't even militarily annexed. Ridiculous, right? That's an understandable maximalist position that Russia is demanding that Ukrainians are going to say no to. Why the fuck would they say yes to that? But yeah, Russia has banned all oil. Russia is banning oil exports as the Ukrainian strikes are causing fuel shortages. This is from 6 days ago, and the situation has only worsened. Okay, this is not propaganda. This is just truth. Like this is not like Western copium or propaganda. There is definitely a lot of, like, Ukraine, as I've been saying, Through drone warfare, through autonomous warfare, Ukraine has actually gained an unprecedented level of leverage that they had not had since they successfully pushed back the Russian forces all the way to eastern Ukraine. This is the maximum amount of leverage that they've had since then. For sure. So, yeah. If it's true, why don't we look into what Russia is saying? We only listen to one side. Imagine looking at Israel and only listening to the Israeli side. Wait, what? Russia will never under any circumstance give up the Donbass or allow Ukraine into NATO. They will fight to the last man, no matter how much Reddit, Warhawks, Western media says this is real politics. What is this? U.S. is planning an assault on Cuba? Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. Anyway, getting back to that one chatter. Russia is obviously retaliating to this level of intelligence sharing and the additional attacks that their critical infrastructure is experiencing by obviously information sharing with Iran. So, it's a little bit tit for tat that way. America and NATO countries are giving the go-ahead to Ukraine and engaging in intelligence sharing with Ukraine so they can successfully strike targets deep inside of Russian territory with their drones and with their missiles, potentially. And then Russia is going back and helping the Iranians. There's obviously the adverse from the American perspective. There's also the adverse consequence of pushing Russia further and further into Chinese allegiances. This is obviously beneficial for China. The more Russia feels the pain, the more they're going to go and lean into China for components, for trade, for additional aid, for additional help. USA has cut all intelligence sharing when Trump got elected. This is misinformation on your side. That's why I said it's probably NATO nations that are offering intelligence sharing, but we do know that that America's given the go-ahead for these strikes. There was a Wall Street Journal piece that came out, I believe, or it was a Washington Post report, I think, that came out by John Hudson, their NatSec reporter, that actually looked at it and the Americans were openly celebrating these strikes and saying, like, we've given them the go-ahead. We've given Ukraine the go-ahead to hit oil tankers, like Russian oil tankers. And I'm fairly certain they have reinstituted intelligence sharing. So I don't think you're wrong. I mean, I don't think you're right on that. Sorry. So yeah.
Attack on Russian energy targets. The Ukrainians have been striking ships, refineries, and other infrastructure as far away as Siberia. So unsurprisingly, it has the attention of the highest levels of the Russian government.
It is absolutely clear that the enemy is trying to harm the economy and, most importantly, create a nervous situation in the society. We all understand that this task is impossible to accomplish. The Russian energy system's resilience is very high, one of the highest in the world.
Resilience may well be high, but it's not limitless.
Hassan, just follow or watch the Crystal Files. You're entirely wrong and sound like a 70-year-old MAGA voter with your stupid spiel. Hassan, to learn about Russian espionage, just watch the YouTube channel, The Crystal File. Okay, take a week off, buddy.
And in the same meeting Wednesday, the Deputy Prime Minister took action.
A ban on diesel fuel exports went into effect today, which will allow for increased supplies to the domestic market. In July, we're also starting imports of petroleum products and boosting additional production volume.
Have you heard about the gamification of the war? Yes. They have units getting points for successful drone attacks, which they can spend on getting better equipment. Yes, I have seen that. It's pretty fucking wild. Palantir losing their top Ukrainian asset, though I'm sure they'll still do fine in Kyiv, just grease the right palms. I'm told Ukraine Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov has indeed been fired 6 months into the job, a victory for the generals with whom he was perhaps unwisely quarreling, but just as much for the corrupt officials whose interests he undermined.
Are using petroleum products of a lower environmental class.
Russia is the world's fourth largest petroleum product exporter, according to the US Energy Information Administration. And this is why they're desperate
no
for
barking.
increased production. Russian motorists are now struggling to fill up their cars with fuel.
Over the weekend, my husband and I drove to maybe 15 gas stations in the Leningrad region. There was no gas. The stations were closed with signs hanging everywhere. We could.
Yeah, this is a real, like, I'm sorry, guys. This is a real fucking domestic crisis. Like, what are we doing? The idea that this doesn't have any, the idea that this doesn't have any like domestic impact is crazy.
Couldn't get gas at all. Only today did we finally manage to fill up. This station is the only one we could find.
Ukraine has targeted Russian energy infrastructure for months, a strategic effort to increase the pain experienced across the Russian economy in an effort to push them to the negotiating table.
The real domestic crisis is a real domestic crisis, but that doesn't change the situation on the front line that Russia is gaining ground. Yes, it does. Yeah, this is a very successful effort from Ukraine, for sure. Probably the most successful effort from Ukraine so far. Could actually turn Russian public opinion against the war for the first time, at least to some extent. I don't know how much impact it will have, but this is how wars are waged, okay? Obviously, regardless of how despotic or authoritarian Vladimir Putin is, clearly he needs to have the backing of the public. Okay? Especially because if it gets to a point where the public is like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? We can't get oil. I can't see my family. My grandparents are dying in the hospital. That sort of thing creates tremendous amounts of enmity. And that is going to inevitably cause the public to demand changes. Okay? It's going to cause the public to demand changes. Or even if they were to start revolting, for example, I'm just saying in the future, if the situation gets completely out of control and they start, protesting and stuff like that, then in order to stop those protests, you need to exhaust your resources, your domestic resources. It requires money and effort and more oil and gas, ironically enough, to send militarized police units to put down riots if that were to happen. So, it's a big deal. This is not something you can just cast aside. Aren't they losing 30K soldiers every month? I don't know what the actual numbers are, but that doesn't matter. They have a fuck ton of people. They have more people than Ukraine does. And they clearly can keep throwing people into the meat grinder, whereas Ukraine doesn't have that same exact opportunity, which is why, obviously, there's a lot of frustration inside of Ukraine for the continuation of this war as well. You know what I mean? So, Putin doesn't give a shit. I don't think he cares about that as much. But I mean, this is obviously devastating for the global energy markets as well, but it's certainly devastating for the Russian economy. Ukraine's drone campaign expands into the Black Sea. 20 tankers hit in the first night. 20 Russian Shadow Fleet vessels were hit in the Black Sea overnight on July 15th. 17 oil tankers, 2 gas tankers, and 1 tugboat. Total count since the operation began on July 6th is 136. Brother, I need you to understand, like, these are not irrelevant numbers. This is very consequential. Okay? This is unbelievably consequential. I mean, this is kind of what Iran is doing in the Strait of Hormuz, right? Of course, we cheer it on when Russia, when it's happening against Russia, but when Iran does it, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. The fuck are you guys doing? Chill out. How dare you? How dare you, Iran? You some bitch. Honestly, fuck putting music over war footage though. What do you mean? Come on, dude. The Houthis do this. Again, by the way, when the Houthis do this and we watch those compilations, I get banned. When Ukraine does this and we watch those compilations, I don't get bad. Notice that there's a big difference here. Why is the reticle a heart? I don't know, man, but probably because probably because these are fucking Zoomers and shit, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's like standard operating software, but you have to remember, like, a lot of these guys are our age and much younger, okay? So this is the world that they live in. Anyway, so the reason why I'm bringing this up, the reason why we started talking about this is because of the Lindsey Graham situation. So clearly Ukraine has gained a lot of leverage. There's obviously some intelligence sharing that's taking place, and America obviously is aware of what Ukraine is doing to the Russian the Russian oil and gas tankers and the Russian oil and gas infrastructure, and they're comfortable with it. They're excited about it. Donald Trump's attitude towards Zelensky has even changed in the process, partially because he sees these compilations and he likes it. Donald Trump loves winners at the end of the day, okay? So, that's definitely a change in the war calculation. My attitude on this is always going to be the same. Ceasefire now, ceasefire now, ceasefire now. Take advantage of the leverage you have, please. But it's also up to the Russians. Like, have they actually eaten enough dick and balls at this point that they are comfortable with the ceasefire potentially? Because there is a decent amount of leverage that Ukraine has gained in this process, right? I don't know. I guess we'll never know until we try. Otherwise, the eating of the dick and the eating of the balls will continue. Now, let's get into England. Is he coming home or not? As I've told you guys, I'm staying out of this one. England versus Argentina. I don't know. I have no opinions on this. It's tough. It's a tough one. Let the worst man win, let the best man win, whatever you want to call it. It's a let him fight situation. I guess the negative way to look at it is no matter what happens, we lose. But the positive thing is, the hopeful and optimistic way to look at it is no matter who wins, one side is losing, and therefore we win as well. Right? So let's see.
The biggest international rivalry in sports. I'm talking about soccer, England versus Argentina. And fans are getting pumped up. And
I will say it's very funny that Argentina has an objectively whiter team than France does, and certainly even England. So
ready for this showdown. And to make
I want to know here's what I think. Okay. Here's what I think. Two things. What are the Mexicans doing right now? Who are the Mexicans rooting for? Because I don't think they're going to be rooting for Argentina, right? Like, even though, that's why I'm saying, it's tough. Like, who is Latin America rooting for in this situation? Who is Latin America rooting for in this situation? Because I know their asses are not caught dead rooting for Argentina, but then at the same time they can't really root for England either, especially for Mexico. They got eliminated. So I'm sitting this one out as a Flexican myself. I'm sitting this one out. I will say for England, this is a much tougher hill to climb. And the reason why I'm saying that is because they're not just, going up against Argentina. They're basically playing against Infantino. They're playing against Vargentina. So that's a tougher hill for them to climb. We shall see. Okay. Playing against Argentina, no easy feat. Okay. God forbid Messi flops. They multiple red cards will be issued.
Make this match even more intense. The two countries have a long history of butting heads, both in global politics and on the pitch. Lee Canary is in London and has more on the showdown.
When English fans chant "It's coming home," they mean the cup and the game itself. The Brits invented soccer and named it that in the late 1800s. As the British Empire spread, so did its sport. It became known as football, and it turned out the Brits weren't the best at it.
Argentina have won 3 World Cups. England has only ever won 1.
This rivalry goes way back, says football journalist Joey Durso, to the 1700s, when the Brits claimed an island off Argentina as their own.
Yeah.
In 1982, Argentine forces invaded it, starting the Falklands War. After 10 weeks, the Brits won.
In Argentina, they view this as a deep historical injustice. The islands they call Las Malvinas, they think should be part of Argentina.
Maradona.
4 years after the war, Argentina faces England in the World Cup. Diego Maradona is out for revenge.
I mean, to be fair, that is my GOAT, right? Kaya. Hi. Maradona, ain't nobody's doing it like him. They used to say he cheats a lot, hand to God, whatever. Okay, that's copium. Maradona is a fucking legend, okay? A fucking legend. I don't give a shit if you think he cheated. If he cheated, he's allowed to cheat, okay? If you got politics like Maradona, you're allowed to cheat. Messi is the opposite of Maradona with his politics, okay?
The ball goes into the English box. Diego Maradona punches the ball with his hand into the net. The referee didn't see it, and it was a goal.
Maradona famously said it went in with the hand of God.
A few minutes later, Maradona then...
The countries meet again in 1998. David Beckham is sent off the field.
The card for Beckham. Oh, it's red.
I'll be honest, there's no, like, Maradona would never meet with Donald Trump, okay? Never, ever, ever in a million fucking years. Maradona will be like, these guys are, I mean, he was the OG. These guys are the Epstein class. They're all pedophilic vampires. Just no shot, okay? No fucking shot.
Can he score the goal?
Coordinated Messi hate reminds me of coordinated Hasanabi hate. Okay, dude.
Until tonight. And there's another
Maradona
icon on the field.
Lionel Messi has never played the England national team. Are people worried?
Massively worried, because he's the greatest of all time. And that's what makes this rivalry so exciting.
And this is what diplomacy looks like at 10 Downing Street today. England hasn't won the World Cup in 60 years. And if that's not incentive...
He's coming home. He's coming. Football's coming home. He's coming home. Dude, the fact that they wrote that song 30 years ago, where they say 30 years of hurt, and then they had to say 40 years of hurt, and now it's 60 fucking years of hurt, is so funny.
The Prime Minister said if they win the whole thing, the public gets a national holiday.
Whoa. That's amazing, Lee. What a great history lesson. Thank you so much. So you can see.
Yeah.
England, the cause of everything that's wrong with the world, and or Argentina, the consequence of everything that's wrong with the world. Yes, that's why I said let him fight. Let him fight. Let him fight. Let him fight. Okay, this is a tough one for me to... This is a tough one for me to get involved with. To be fair, England kind of needs this. I think that whole country's about to kill itself. It really needs some good news. Brother, what about Argentina? They're run by Javier Milei. Like, they're both in a similar predicament. If anything, Argentina is in a worse position overall. Look at their fucking... The Argentinian currency is worth nothing. England's on the verge of suicide, national suicide. Argentina is dead. I feel bad for the British folk that have to live through this process, but I also feel bad for the Argentinians too. What do you do, my friends? So on the one hand, it's like, if we're looking at history, if we're looking at like who's worse, obviously England is the worst. England is the historically worst country. Just just by the sheer nature of like America carrying the torch of British Empire and British imperialism, England already has an upper hand on the evil Olympics. Most evil empire of all time, okay? Then you got, you know, contemporary considerations. It's tough. It's tough. From a FIFA perspective, it's also tough. I just, you know, I'm staying out of it. I'm staying out of it.
There is a lot of history between these two teams, including that hand of God moment, which the English are still very angry about.
Yes, and after looking at that piece, and Vlad sort of beating me up over here.
No.
I have now officially switched my vote to England. No, I've switched my vote.
You got a little sense.
I mean, listening to the history.
Because there's layers to why you're cheering for a certain team, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's a type of revenge for us. So
for the war.
For the war, yes. So we want to win. We have friends, family that were in the war and died in the war. So it's important for us to play against England and to win.
44 years on from the Falklands War, those Argentina fans immediately brought up the conflict when I asked them what the Argentina-England football rivalry means to them ahead of the World Cup semi-final here in Atlanta.
The most important match in Argentina for the last 30 years.
These Argentina fans weren't even born when Argentina launched and then lost the conflict with the United Kingdom for the Falklands. And expect chants here in the stadium. There is no separation of the fans at this World Cup. You can be sitting alongside your rivals, and that could mean quite an intense atmosphere here tomorrow.
Will you be chanting about the Falklands?
Yes, exactly.
Does it have a place in football to talk about it?
I think that yes.
Referendums since the war have shown overwhelming support on the Falklands to remain a UK overseas territory. But Argentina still claims sovereignty for one of international football's great rivalries.
Winning the World Cup would be revenge for the war? Yes. Yes. What do you mean? Of course.
It's a rarity for England.
India TikTok has a surprising opinion on the game.
They ruled over us for 200 years. They separated and killed our people. They formed 3 countries out of 1 country. And those 3 countries are still in fight every single day. They stole everything from us and our people. They stole the Kohinoor from us. Our ancestors fought with them for years for independence. I never thought in a million years I will say this. But for tomorrow, I'm going to need a cup of tea. All the way.
Nah, bro, England bandy, bro. Look, I don't care. I don't care about that. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
And Argentina to play. It's why until tomorrow here in Atlanta, the 3 Lions have never come up against perhaps the greatest of all time, Lionel Messi, which maybe hasn't been bad in terms of progressing at World Cups.
Perhaps the greatest of all time, Lionel Messi,
was against another era's genius, Diego Maradona, that stoked this footballing feud. The hand of God cheating that knocked England out of the 1986 World Cup. 12 years later, it was all about David Beckham and the petulance that saw him sent off as England crashed out in France. But in 2002, there was victory for Sven-Göran Eriksson's England. The men haven't met in a competitive fixture since, with the last friendly organised in 2005. While we've heard some England fans chanting about past conflicts during this World Cup, these fans we encountered here in Atlanta don't want a political edge to this match.
To me, it's all about the game, and I think to blow it up bigger than a game and make it political or about a war will probably create an atmosphere that wouldn't be helpful for the fans in the stadium.
It's not a big deal for us politically, I think more from their standpoint.
This will be the most intense match so far at this World Cup, the biggest challenge perhaps for
I mean, I don't know what's more consequential, the Falklands or England potentially getting knocked out by Argentina after 60 years of it. Never stop me dreaming, lad. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Nobody in the UK thinks about the Falklands War. Yeah, of course they don't think about it, but the Argentinians do. But everyone in England does think about the fact that England hasn't won in 60 years.
And while England just want to focus on reaching a first Men's World Cup final since 1966, so many around Argentina still want to bring the Falklands War into it.
With the fans mixing in, there is a real potential that there could be trouble.
The challenge in the stadium, preventing any friction between fans and ensuring that the geopolitical tensions don't become unsavory.
President Trump says U.S. strikes will continue in Iran, with each day getting worse.
All right, that's it for the football is coming home analysis, right? It's time to talk about something different, right? Fucking hell. We are going to now talk about Donald Trump. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump's interview with Trey Yingst. I watched it last night after the stream. It was, baby shit as always. We'll get into that. It's situation monitoring time. The war is back on, ladies and gentlemen. The war in the Strait of Hormuz is back on. America is striking Iranian targets with regular frequency. It's not, it hasn't gotten to the same intensity that it was at the peak of Operation Epic Fury. However, it's getting up there. Iran has shut off the Strait of Hormuz once again. There are some real issues. There is an imminent crisis. There's an imminent energy crisis once again. So that's where we're at. AP News Alert, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, U.S. Military Central Command says it resumes strikes on Iran in daylight, part of an increasing tempo of attacks. Are we going to run out of oil? The United States of America? Probably not. Having said that, however, are the Asian markets going to suffer? Absolutely. Africa's going to suffer. Asia's going to suffer. And most likely Europe is going to suffer. So that is where we are at. Does Donald Trump care about any of this? Well, seemingly not so much. At least he is making it seem like he doesn't care about this. J.D. Vance went on Joe Rogan, by the way. We'll obviously cover that as well. J.D. Vance is aggressively trying to find a lane for himself amidst this crisis because he is going to be the one who is held responsible at the end of this process. Donald Trump has basically locked him down with the Iran situation. Marco Rubio has been noticeably absent from the equation, with one exception where he was involved in, I think, the Lebanese Israeli normalization agreement, which is obviously bullshit, but it doesn't matter. He's not touching this with a 10-foot pole, even though he's the Secretary of State. And J.D. Vance, on the other hand, is getting absolutely cumstered and dumpstered here. Marco Rubio is responsible for the Latin American side of things, the Donroe Doctrine, and all the South American initiatives. I mean, he's a demonic little pervert in a different way. Does it worry you that war is getting more common, even with major wars like Ukraine and Iran? And do you think China will move on Taiwan? I think China is just going to hold its defensive posture. Why the fuck would they do anything? America's literally committing suicide right now. Very publicly so. And also killing the rest of the world in the process. This is, why would China do anything to rock the boat in any way, shape, or form?
Worse than the last. He says he's saving energy targets for last and did reiterate that Iran has no choice but to make a deal. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is at the White House, where he spoke exclusively with President Trump earlier today about his plans for the Middle East. Good evening, Trey.
Yeah, Brett, good evening. President Trump told Fox News that strikes against Iran will continue tonight and expand next week if the Iranians are unwilling to make a deal. Here's more of our exclusive interview from the White House.
I'm so disappointed in Trey. I really thought he was like, I didn't expect much of him. He's a Fox News guy. But like, as someone who spent a good deal of time with Hezbollah, someone who spent a good deal of time with Hamas, as someone who was like, one of the few major American. Hello. Oh, we're back. Okay. It's too hot outside, isn't it? My AC is not working, so the only AC in the downstairs is the is in the studio. So she went outside. She went outside. She walked around the house, smelled stuff, and now she's back. She's like, nope. Man, how's your AC always broken? I live in America. That's like the most American experience, chatter. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Year round, the AC is fine. As soon as summer rolls around, boom. Get a coaster for your drink, you psycho. I used to have one. I don't know where it went. It's fine. You need an HVAC guy? Got someone? There's already an HVAC guy inside of my luxurious mansion currently working. Shave her down to the skin just on her body? Are you kidding me? That's the worst possible thing you can do to dogs like this. Her coat is what allows her to do temperature regulation. If you actually trim their hair, first of all, she got two different kinds of coats. She got the human hairstyle coat, and then she got fur. The human style hair coat doesn't grow back. That's number one. Number two, if I were to shave, never shave your dogs. Never shave your dogs, because their fur coat is what helps them regulate the temperature. If you shave them, if you shave their coats, they will, one, potentially get sunburned, ironically enough, and have a bunch of different like spots, and two, they will no longer be able to regulate the temperature evenly. You never shave double-coated dogs. Yeah, coat insulation works both ways. It keeps the heat away from them. Yeah. They sweat through their toe beans. I think they sweat through their mouth. I don't think they sweat. Dogs don't really sweat. Anyway, getting back to it. Trey Yingst talking to President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, thank you for speaking with Fox News.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have seen extensive U.S. strikes against Iran for 3 consecutive nights now. This comes after the Iranians attacked vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. How would you describe what is happening at this moment? Has the war resumed?
Well, I guess you could define it any way you want, but certainly we're beating them up really badly. They have to be beat up. We're hitting them very, very hard. We're hitting every single thing that they have along the shore, along the...
Wow. This is new. Hadn't heard this one before in the last 150 days or so. Thank you. Thank you for this unique and new insight, Mr. President. I certainly feel confident about the war and its prospects now. It is increasingly becoming clear to me and anyone else with working brain cells that this is turning into a forever war. Okay? Now, the reality of the matter is the Americans are not exactly excited at the prospect of yet another forever war. We've seen the YouGov poll that came out recently. Even Republicans, majority of Republicans want this war to end, and a plurality of MAGA wants this war to end immediately. A plurality of MAGA, 49% of MAGA want this war to end. Okay? Majority of Republicans, plurality of MAGA. That's massively consequential. On the other side, though, as long as there's no boots on the ground and troops returning in coffins, flag-draped coffins, from the American perspective, we have an unlimited appetite for death and destruction, unless, gas prices obviously get completely out of control. And there is a likelihood that gas prices might go completely out of control. So on that front, who knows how much more appetite Americans have? Will it cause, unless there is an economic collapse, will it actually cause some sort of crisis that leads to revolt? Who can say? But Trump's calculation here is, as long as this is just tit for tat strikes, as long as it's happening over there, and even if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, we can still somehow manage the markets, manipulate the markets, then it's fine, right? That's his bet, that the cattle won't revolt. And to be fair, so far, so good. The cattle has yet to revolt. Americans are cattle. for sure. Phil Stewart, Iran state TV cites Iranian army as saying that it targeted a hostile U.S. vessel with cruise missiles. Now that could change the dynamic a little bit, right? There's this is from 2 days ago. We don't know what took place. Like, we don't know if they actually successfully struck American vessels, but if there is any footage of in the tit for tat, if the Americans, for example, tried to transit some oil tankers through the strait, and the Iranians successfully hit and get Iranians are if the Iranians are capable of downing a naval asset, that would probably tip this whole thing over. Okay? As I've said over and over again, but who knows? Who knows? It is clear to me that Donald Trump is following through on the Professor Jiang method, because one aspect of this interview where Trump reveals that we could potentially send military, but not American soldiers, we got other soldiers, was very interesting. Now, is it Trump just talking shit? Is he a Professor Jiang head? You were saying this on the first day, Laws. Yes. What do you mean? I've been right about virtually everything that I've been saying. Look at where we're at. Look at where we're at.
The waterfront, you know, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, it's now, we're finding it hard to find where they have anything. We have to stop it. We have to keep it open. I was going to charge a fee, but instead they'd rather spend a lot of money in the United States, which frankly is better because I don't like the idea of a fee. It's got to remain free because otherwise.
Yeah, he backed away from that fee system so fast. It's really funny. Like, it's so clear. It is so clear that that was like a late night, on the shitter, in the moment decision. I will say one thing that I find particularly interesting, a little funny about this is Trump is just copy pasting what Iran has been doing. I've been thinking about this a lot. He obviously did the blockade after Iran did the blockade, and he was like, oh, I'm going to do the blockade. This is a good idea. Now he's also saying, oh, not only am I going to do the blockade, but I'm also going to get paid for it. I'm going to do a toll system, okay? Because Iran did it. But the other side of the story that I was thinking about is the whole like, if you kill me, we have missiles trained on Iran and we will destroy Iran thing that he came out and revealed a couple weeks ago. That is literally the American version of the Mosaic defense system. He is just copy pasting everything that Iran has been doing. It's so funny. Now, obviously, it's not going to work because we've been blowing up Iran nonstop for like the last 150 days. That didn't stop them at all. But it is hilarious that he's just looking at whatever the fuck Iran is doing. And he's like, this seems like a great idea. This seems like a great idea. If I die, we're gonna we're gonna destroy Iran, unlike what we've done so far. Praise be to Allah. He really liked what Iran did after they killed the Ayatollah, so we wanted to copy and paste it. Praise be to Allah. We have decided we're changing something. We're changing something that we've done so far in our elections. I've decided we are going to have 88 clerics decide who the next supreme leader of the United States is. There is no dead man switch in the U.S. plan of succession, as I'm sure you know, come to think of it. Yeah, he's decided he's going to do a dead man switch, which is, you know, what Iran had, and he liked it. He's just fucking reheating the IRGC nachos here, okay?
Others will do the same thing. But I think we've made tremendous progress.
So your objectives are to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, to keep the strait open, and to degrade the Iranian military. Can those objectives be completed in an air campaign alone? Or does this require a ground component?
Well, I think they're completed now, honestly. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild what they have. The only way you can negotiate with these people is through strength. And the only strength is military strength. And that's what we've done. And I mean, literally 2 days ago, we had a deal, and then they broke it at the last moment. They broke it.
Will these strikes continue?
They'll continue until I say it's enough. I mean, they'll continue. They've been, the word the military likes to use is degrade. They've been degraded to a very low level. And they have fight. It's like a great boxer. You think you have him beat, and then all of a sudden he comes back and he gives you a shot. They have some fight left, but they don't have much. And their weapon degrading has been incredible at a level. Nobody thought it was possible to do it this quickly.
You posted today on Truth Social comments that you made back in 1988 about Kharg Island. And at the time you said, one bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd do a number on Kharg Island, I'd go in and take it.
Yeah.
Do you still intend to take Kharg Island?
So I can't say that to you because if I did, it would be foolish, right? But it'd be nice to make a little headlines, but it would be foolish. But I'll tell you about Kharg Island. So we've already...
Are you ruling out a ground campaign in a limited capacity?
I don't want to say that either, but I would say no if I thought it was appropriate. I'd say sometimes you need a ground campaign, but we have other people that will do the ground campaign for us. But we already hit Kharg Island, as you know, twice, even 3 times. I said, hit everything but the oil. Just leave that little area from 25 yards out. Leave that little area. Don't touch the oil, because I don't want that in terms of the world economy. It's a chunk of the world economy. So we haven't hit that. At some point we could, but I think it's unlikely. As far as taking it is concerned, if we degrade them far enough and deep enough back, I would do that.
Do you anticipate that the strikes we're seeing this week against Iran will expand? Are you considering hitting energy targets or other locations inside of Iran?
I'll save the energy targets for last, but ultimately we'll hit energy targets, yeah. But we're going to hit them very hard tonight. We're going to hit them very hard tomorrow night. We're going to hit them very hard the night after. And then next week it gets really bad for them, because next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges. We're going to knock out all their power plants. We're going to knock out all their bridges.
Nothing he has said so far is new, by the way. So it obviously bears the question. It didn't work last time. You had to do a MOU. You had to do a ceasefire. So what makes you think that this posture and, claiming you're going to do unlimited war crimes on Iran is going to change the dynamic in any way, shape, or form? Because he did this. I was in fucking Michigan last time he threatened to do this. Remember? That was when I was doing the stumping of the campaign rally with Abdul al-Sayed the day of, where Trump came out and was like, a civilization dies tonight. It's really funny that every time Trump talks about what he wants to attack, he has to essentially concede that Iran, a nation he's repeatedly called barbaric and civilized and uncivilized, is actually very adept, advanced, and has incredible power and control in the region that affects the whole world. Damn, Iran got hands. I mean, he did admit that. He said, like an old boxer, they still got a little bit of fight left in them. Because they do, and they have. They haven't stopped. So the question I have is, what changed? And the question I have for Trump's statements is,
what gives?
Unless they get to the table and negotiate.
Do you believe the Iranians are serious about making a deal?
I think they have no choice.
Why haven't they yet?
I think if I didn't do the way I'm doing, they would never make a deal. They would have never made a deal with Obama. That deal was the worst deal. What they did sign was a worthless piece of paper. What they signed with Obama was a worthless piece of paper that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And what I have is a wall. There will be no nuclear weapon. I'll never sign. And when you listed the 3 things, by far the most important is they will not have a nuclear weapon.
Take me back to the moment before February 28th, when you made the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. Was there a specific piece of intelligence that made you decide to launch this operation?
Well, it was specific in the sense that it just never stops, and they're going to go forward, and they wanted a nuclear weapon. We knew they wanted a nuclear weapon. If they have a nuclear weapon, Israel wouldn't be here. Look,
I mean, what do you say to any of it? None of this is new. None of this is new. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing, man?
They said they didn't want a nuclear weapon.
Even Trey's like, I heard that they didn't. No. They wanted it. They wanted it. Vietnam took so much longer. This is not as long as Vietnam. Okay. Great.
They say that. Everything they say is a lie. They lie. I've never seen anything like it. They also come out and they'll tell you we never discussed nuclear, and we're in a room for 5 hours. That's all we discussed. And they'll walk out and say, nuclear was not discussed. Everything was discussed ad nauseum. They were going to have a nuclear weapon.
It's kind of funny that for the longest time, whatever the American administration said was just the truth, right? But nowadays, because of the internet and because of the nature of this conflict where America is waging war against the foreign adversary that's an established sovereign nation state, we have unprecedented access to hear from the other side. And this has actually frustrated the administration directly. Our boys over at Dropsite News, as always, are doing the Lord's work by directly reaching out to the Iranian side and hearing what their perspective is. We have unprecedented access to the Omanis. We have unprecedented access to the Iranians. This is not like a Hamas versus Israel style situation where Israel can control all of the communications, right? So, like, it's really funny. The Iranians told Jeremy that Iran sent a message to J.D. Vance warning that Kushner and Witkoff were abusing their inside access to negotiations. A senior Iranian official said Tehran privately told Vance the pair were exploiting the negotiations for financial gain. The White House has, of course, denied it, which is the least surprising turn of events, right? Because we've seen Kushner do this every single time. So it's not in any way, shape, or form a surprise to anyone that's been paying attention to the Abraham Accords, to the way that the Kushners operate, to the way that the Trump family operates, right? And the White House actually came out. The White House came out and said, it's sad that Dropsite News reporters, in air quotes, are so filled with hate for America and devoid of respect for themselves that they have become full-throated propagandists for the Iranian regime.
What gives?
Is this true? Yes, it is true. Turkish-American businessman Hassan Piker started following Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. Yes, it is true. I'm looking to do business in Singapore. Like, what do you want? Get off my ass, dude. So yeah, classic Trump moment, classic Trump situation. Never let a crisis go to waste. Obviously, the primary focus for Trump and his allies, his closest allies, are how do we get the bag here? The doesn't matter if we're collapsing the energy markets around the world. Doesn't matter if this is creating tremendous economic pressure, even on the United States of America. Doesn't matter if this is actually harming the Republican Party's future prospects. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is who's going to get the bag. Is Jared Kushner going to make money? That's what matters. Art of this deal, art of the steal.
Within 2 weeks, had we not done the B-2 bombers, had we not bombed their nuclear sites, their 3 nuclear sites, and there's another one we're looking at right now, as you know.
Pickaxe now.
We're looking at Pickaxe because somebody said there's a little activity. You know, we have cameras, Space Force, we have cameras that they can read the badge, they can read your name, probably Mohammed. They can read your name on a badge from space. And every area of Pickaxe.
He had to hit that. Oh, the badge, probably Mohammed. They always name their children Mohammed. Nice, dude. Funny. I mean, he ain't wrong, but
but the other 3 are covered.
But specifically
if they make any move, we immediately go and do whatever we have to do. But they haven't. They were so decimated.
Some weapons experts say that the United States doesn't have the ability to strike deep enough with these bunker buster bombs at Pickaxe Mountain.
They can go deep. We have good stuff. Nobody knows about Pickaxe. By the way, nobody knows if they even are doing anything in Pickaxe. It's just something that comes up. We have cameras on it. There's very little activity there. But if there's even just a small amount, we'll hit it, and we'll hit it hard.
I want to ask you about the Telegon facility. It's outside of Tehran, and it was hit in U.S. strikes previously. These are satellite images from June and July.
Okay.
And on June 22nd, you can see activity at this site. Yeah. And then on July 7th, there is movement. There are trucks and cranes, and in that image, freshly poured concrete.
Right.
What do these images say to you?
What I'm hearing is that they put, and what they've watched it, that they poured concrete to close up the entrances so we couldn't get into it. So that's what they're saying. But we can hit that one very easily. You know, it only takes a matter of minutes for us to do it and do major damage, major damage. And when they know it's coming, they disappear. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing here.
And sir, on Monday you announced that the United States is reimposing the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports.
Started now.
Shipping data trackers indicate that just 10 vessels passed through the Strait of Hormuz on Monday, less than 10% of what normally goes through this critical waterway. When you say the strait is open, what do you mean?
It's open if people want to go through it. We're not opening it for Iran. That's the only one it's closed for. It's closed for Iran, both in and out, but it's open now. A lot of things.
Mr. President, you're giving me conflicting signals. It seems to me like it's not open because you're now implementing a secondary blockade on top of the Iranian blockade, and the Iranians are saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not open. So it doesn't seem like it's open at all. What do you say to that? It's like, it's open. I promise you it's open. It's more open than it's ever been. It's so porous. It's just closed for Iran. But if you are a brave shipper, you can pass through with ease. It's not a problem. Not exactly sure how it can be open while it's closed by both the Iranians and closed by the Americans. But I guess it's loose. The Hormuz is loose.
Things have happened, Trey, in the last few months. Pipelines are being built. We're coming up with great alternatives, including Texas, including Alaska.
You've called the new leadership in Iran a changed regime. Do you still believe that?
Well, I knew the first group for a little while, and they were evil, and they're no longer with us. I knew the second group also a little bit better, and they were evil, and they're no longer with us. And the third group, they have some bad ones in there, some very bad ones in there.
Just some?
And I think they're the ones that are stopping a deal.
So are you negotiating with the wrong people?
Well, now I don't want to negotiate now. I said, let's not negotiate. 3 days ago, we had a deal.
When was the last time you spoke with an Iranian official?
Well, not me, but let's say my representatives. I have spoken to them, but my representatives over the course of, well, actually, an hour ago.
And what message was delivered?
They want to make a deal, but every time they make a deal, they break it. They don't want to die.
It's projection. Everything that he says is pure projection. It's us. We are the ones who keep violating the deal on principle. We are the ones who keep acting as though their side is unclear. And I think most people can see it, especially because Trump is just not a very reliable orator. He does not understand anything and knows even less, and is constantly contradicting himself, oftentimes in the same conversation. Strait of Hormuz is open, but we have a blockade. It's just not a real blockade. It's just a blockade for Iran. Everyone else can pass through, but also Iran is blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So technically, it's not actually open. What are you supposed to do? I mean, again, he contradicts himself so much. He throws out ridiculous shit like the 20% toll system that he was going to implement, who he backed away from in this conversation. And by the way, it's a guarantee that he will say the toll is back on. Just so you understand, if you're confused by this process, tomorrow, the day after, he could just as easily turn back the toll, okay? This time it's not 20%, but this time it's maybe 5%. So, you know, he's just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks.
People don't want to die. Yeah, about an hour ago.
And what message was delivered? You
better make a deal. You're not going to have anybody left. We're being very careful with the civilian population, as you know, but I said, you better make a deal. You're not going to have anything left.
Are you?
And you think they will?
They should. I don't know if they will or not.
Sir, thank you for speaking with Fox News.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump also spoke about the investigation into the Manab school strike, his relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and broader topics, including the war in Ukraine. We will have updates throughout the day tomorrow on Fox News. Brett.
We'll run some more sound bites later with the panel. Trey, nice job.
We're very carefully hitting all the civilians.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Channel 12, the head of the Shin Bet, responded to the pressure from Sarah Netanyahu and agreed to grant her lifelong security protection, contrary to the position of professional bodies within the agency. Oh, great. I'm sure the Israeli taxpayers will love that. And by that, I mean, we should love that, right? I mean, we are the Israeli taxpayers.
Make of the timing of this, because we've been talking in the last couple of mornings about the fact that there have been overnight strikes. It takes another level of boldness, potentially also an indication of the kind of threat level to those forces when they operate during the day, surely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think this marks, by my understanding anyway, by my calculations, the 7th in 8 days worth of strikes. And as you say, it's the first really sort of like during the daytime hours, particularly the volume of which they're doing. I think it's more of an indication that they're starting to degrade in a significant way, anyway, the air defence capabilities along the Persian Gulf.
Where is Michael Clark?
For the Iranian infrastructure that's used to target the cargoes. And here we can see, obviously, CENTCOM footage showing some of these strikes over the last sort of few days. And it's interesting as well, the fact that I think several of us, including myself, were expecting this to almost escalate a little bit more than it has over the last 24 hours. We've seen this period now. I think most people thought maybe 2-3 days, a week tops. And obviously this has gone over the 8-day period where we can start to expect the escalatory ladder, so to speak, rise, where one or other side, more likely the Americans, will actually take more militarily riskier approaches. And as we can see from this latest round today, so far it just seems to be more strikes against military infrastructure on the coast, which is no bad thing in of itself, because if they're being used to target the cargo ships, that's obviously, this is something that does need to be addressed, and the military can do that.
Talk about kind of the measure of risk and escalation. It seems notable, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems notable that in response to these strikes, Iran has been targeting US military infrastructure and sites itself, whether that's in Kuwait, Bahrain, elsewhere, that it hasn't in this round been targeting Gulf states' petrochemical industries and refineries, that Iran seems to be kind of trying to calibrate its response here too.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. 2 months ago, this would have been met with, as you said, strikes against either civilian infrastructure, particularly the tourist infrastructure in the UAE, as well as energy infrastructure across those Gulf states. And the idea by the Iranians was to cause such pressure on America's allies through horizontal escalation that will cause the wedge between the Americans and their Gulf allies, which they need critically to host their military bases to target Iran more directly. By not doing that, I think in the last 30 days we've seen the pressure diplomatically placed on Iran, particularly by states like the UAE, by Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, to sort of limit those just to the American military facilities. And it has to be said, 10 years ago, this would have been almost unfathomable for significant US bases in the region, particularly the 7th Fleet on Bahrain, to be attacked in such a direct manner by the Iranians, to not then incur, like I say, on the escalatory ladder, further repercussions rather than just targeting strikes against missile bases.
It's interesting, it reminds me of 2021 following the killing of Qasem Soleimani, and the Iranians targeted US military bases in Iraq, and they calibrated that response to try and find where they all stood on the escalatory ladder.
Exactly.
With all of this in mind, this is a very different situation. It's much bigger, it's ongoing, it is ongoing. What is the strategy here for the US in particular? Because it seems to be leading the tempo at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. This is actually really interesting when we look at it from the political and the military angle. Now, any military strike or military action is a tool of foreign policy. And the strategy behind it politically hasn't really been conveyed. And I think the strikes that we've seen over the last sort of 7 days, 8 days, it really sort of... It's an evolution of this conflict, which is still only 4 months old. It's, relatively speaking, a very young conflict. It's yet to mature or to progress into like a middle conflict or a middle war. And, it started off with these sort of decapitation strikes against the Iranian government by the American and Israeli strikes back in February 28th. And now we can really see this is almost evolved into like a war for Hamas, the control of the Straits. So I think we can see this now permeating through the next couple of weeks. But like I say, that escalatory ladder, it's going to be interesting to see who just ratchets his the notch ever so slightly more to put more pressure on the other to come back down.
All right, we're not going to do the JD Vance conversation right now because there's, or at least we can do bits and pieces of it. I'm going to be honest. Peak fucking British would be commenting on all the world conflicts when their nation was the one who set it up for conflict. Yeah, of course. But, I do personally enjoy not watching Michael Clark any longer because Michael Clark got bored of basically repeating the same fucking thing over and over again. They had to bring in new talent to say the same thing, that America's fucked. Trump is live. All right, let's see what Trump is saying.
Aren't strong, or that shouldn't be there. And it's like, I call it central casting. Washington, D.C., we're using the military in there, and our crime rate's down 92%.
Oh,
and it's gone.
Also, yeah. Before we get into the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, there's obviously something I have to give you. We already covered the drop site piece. Hakeem Jeffries, Israel. Oh, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Department of War is making some changes. The Department of War is making some changes. Pete Kegsbreath has decided our units, our soldiers are not fuckable enough. Okay? There's a real crisis taking place in the Department of War, in our war fighters, in their hearts and their minds and their souls even. But more importantly, their bodies. They are not fuckable enough. We got to make sure that they're sexy. They're low T. We got to make sure they got high T. Let's take a look.
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop.
I guess I got to sign up to the military now, boys. I'm trying to get on that fucking TRT, baby. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. I'm trying to get my dick hard. Trying to make sure my dick's the hardest it's ever been. Cutting through motherfucking diamonds, dude.
Under the supervision of our world-class medical professionals, warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily.
It is very funny that the most transphobic administration has decided to do gender-affirming care for its military. It's fucking awesome.
Choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation. Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and mental readiness. And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge.
Is there any historical, there has to be like a dying empire that decided that their units were not sexy enough. There's gotta be. What? You want to come back in? Kaya? Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Hold on. You got to see this. Kaya! Can you see the shade? Oh no, you can't see. Kaya! She's on the other side trying to paw the door to open it. Kaya! Come in. Nazi Germany? Is that an analog? Hold on here. I'll show you. You can see her shadow a little bit, maybe. She monitored the situation. Okay. There's a bunch of people here. The HVAC guys are here, so she had to go monitor that. She got it out of her system. Now she's like, all right, enough. It's too hot out there. We're back in. It's nap time. You got to get these sleeves shortened, bro. Holy, wait, what are you talking about? The sleeves are actually perfect. The sleeves are actually perfect length. You're wrong. The suit is bespoke. If anything, the arms on the shirt are too short. Don't come at me for the suit. Euro suit sleeves are shorter. Well, this is Chinese. Anyway, let's continue.
Lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best. Godspeed, keep going, and God bless. At the department.
So yeah, we're putting them on TRT, baby. That's where we're at, which I love, and I'm in favor of. Hell yeah. All right, JD Jedediah Vance went on the Joseph Robinette Rogan Experience. Is 3 hours long. Don't know if I want to watch the whole thing. Having said that, however, just because it's Chinese doesn't mean it fits. Hello, what was that defense? What? Chatter, this is the first time they've been correct. It's not. Euro suits have shorter arm length. This arm length is perfect for me, and I'm happy with it. And you guys are wrong. Okay? That's it. It's 3 hours, but we're going to look at some of the highlights from the Joseph Robinette Rogan Experience. But before we do that, Katie Halper had two of my goats on, John Goatsheimer and also Giannis Goatafakis. And, I'm a little jealous, or no, not even Giannis Goatafakis. I think he had John Goatsheimer and also Norm Finkelstein, Finkelgoat.
Power, but power by itself doesn't tell you very much. This is why we lose all these wars. There are real limits to what you can do with all that power. And one of the problems with American policymakers is they have no sense of the limits of military power. They think because we have this giant hammer, we can run around the world and either coerce people or beat them into submission. I think Giannis is exactly right. The Iran war has fundamentally altered our ability to project power into the Persian Gulf. It's done enormous damage to our alliance structure in the Gulf region. So the war has had huge consequences, but the basic power of the United States has not changed at all. We are as powerful as ever, and therefore as dangerous as ever.
This war may prove, unlike all the other wars, a bridge too far for the United States hegemony.
You and I agree completely that military might has an economic foundation, and it's really the economic foundation that matters the most. And despite the military defeat in Vietnam, the United States was doing things at the economic level that, if anything, made it stronger. And that's why military defeat did not matter.
Same with the war on terror. Same with the global war on terror. This is exactly what I've also mentioned from the start, since the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. The major difference here is that this has global economic consequences that are forcing Trump's hand major global economic consequences that are obviously disrupting, that are obviously harmful to the rest of the world in a way that the global war on terror never did. And therefore, this is genuinely harming America's position as the hegemon. One of the most consequential aspects of America's position as the leader of the free world, as the global hegemonic superpower, is that it has, with its great power, great responsibility. One of the responsibilities that America has is to make sure that, a term I'm going to be using, that I've been using quite a bit, free commerce continues flowing, that there are no impediments, no obstructions to trade. This is our international design. We created this design, and we were the defenders of this design. International capitalism is fickle. International trade is fickle. Commerce has to continue happening. Trade has to continue happening. And a big part of that is to ensure that trade routes have no impediments. Singapore understands this. Okay, we are the guardians of commerce. I mean, one of the operations against Yemen, against the Ansar Allah movement, against the Houthis, was literally called Operation Prosperity Guardian. When the Yemeni brigades, when the Ansar Allah movement was striking at shipping vessels going through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, through the Red Sea, restricting commerce in that regard was unacceptable. We literally called it Operation Prosperity Guardian. That is, unironically, our highest priority. If you cannot guarantee trade from taking place in the Strait of Hormuz, if you can't guarantee ships crossing the Strait of Hormuz with ease, without impediments, without any sort of restrictions, then you're no longer the hegemon. Okay? Now, it's even worse because we caused the blockage. We caused the Strait of Hormuz to close. And we're furthering that damage every single day that we refuse to deal with Iran. What the fuck? Over 300 Hassan the Hun fans reached out to me to tell me why they watched Hassan Piker. Then I spent the next month interviewing, researching, and editing to figure out why people like him. Oh, shit. This is sick.
Hassan Piker.
Whoa. Hell yeah. Stoked to watch this. Stoked to watch it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it later.
I agree completely with that.
It actually helped.
It helped. No,
It actually helped.
It was a force multiplier. That's your argument. And I agree with that. But it also seems you're saying that the situation may be different now. As a result of the Iran war, we have done things to the health of the American economy that are going to damage our position moving forward.
Indeed, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that, look, Donald Trump, in his first year in office now, during Trump 2.0, he secured commitments from the Gulf states of about 3.7 trillion over the next 18 months. Now, Scott Bassett knows that this money is not coming because of the liquidity problems that the Gulf states have. All bets are off regarding that 3.7 trillion that was going to arrive in Wall Street to keep recycling other people's money through the markets of the United States and to finance, importantly, the American military and the American government.
What are you doing? I don't understand what's going on here. She's monitoring the situation, just like we're monitoring the situation with shipping and logistics in the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, which is always open, obviously, because Singapore is the guarantor of the safety of the Strait of Malacca. But she's monitoring the situation with the HVAC guys walking past the door. We're all monitoring the situation in our own world.
as well as equities, as well as real estate. None of the previous wars did anything to damage that recycling mechanism.
But what would you say to the argument that actually Trump is being motivated by economic considerations, that he knows he has to put an end to this war, and he's sort of accepting your logic at a very general level, and he's backpedaling like crazy?
Are you saying Trump is a Giannis?
Okay, I want to watch. Wait, is there? I need to watch this. I need to watch this full video now. This has got to be
Power, but power by itself doesn't tell
This
you.
is an absolute banger, dude. 555,000 views. We got both. We got Giannis and Goatsheimer.
Very much. This is
We
why
gotta
we
see
lose
this.
all these wars. The question
This is a clinic. This is an absolute clinic, folks.
viewers should be asking it.
God, I'm such a fucking nerd. It's so stupid. We are the nerdiest, dumbest fucking community on the internet. Sometimes I catch myself getting excited to hear what the former Greek finance minister and a Chicago University professor who wrote the book on offensive realism has to say about the Strait of Hormuz crisis. And it's just like, who would ever, like, I never thought that I would be able to share this excitement with an arena full of people. Okay? Fantastic.
If John says the United States is so powerful,
Yeah, when your own autism scares you a little.
why does it lose all these wars? And the point is that there are real limits to what you can do with all that power.
More Pegaslop has shooters on Twitter. More Pegaslop slop tubers colleagues. Sensitive Society takes this on Singapore meme very seriously. Hassan and his fans are definitely taking a step further than Pegasus. If one crazy person for a tragedy to happen, it takes one crazy person for a tragedy to happen. This is where it gets into dangerous territory. Wait, what? One crazy person in the Singaporean government? Like, what are we talking about?
No, I think everyone who's watching this video knows exactly what Hassan is trying to do here. Once again, it goes back to the half joking, half serious, and hoping one of these things sticks and the government could investigate Pegasus. But I mean, I'm no lawyer. I want to say that, but I don't think they're going to kill him live on stream on Twitch. He's trolling, but at the same time, he's...
Dog, more Pegaslop has been calling me a terrorist and a terrorist supporter for every single day for the last 2 years. What are you talking about? Like, I can't even joke about it. I can't even joke about it a little bit. We can't even crack jokes. Soy fascism, dude.
Trolling with the hopes of something sticking. I don't know, like, just be open about it. Just be like, yo, I want Pegasus to be fucking shot. I want him to get kirked. I want him to...
I've never said any of those things, and I don't want any of those things. Look, as someone who is a big business owner, as someone who is responsible for units moving all around the world, as a shipping magnate, as a billionaire international finance guy, shipping magnate, as someone in this community that is really invested in import and exports. This is my passion. My passion is to do business with the nation state of Singapore. And as someone who's very passionate about doing business with the nation state of Singapore, I'm simply saying, check the suit, okay? Simply saying, we want to make sure that Singapore is a country that we can continue doing trade with. But we have concerns. Unfortunately, we love the nation state. We love the city state of Singapore. But we have some concerns that Singapore is not following or applying its laws evenly. That's it. That's it. I am a POC, a person of capital. It's true. That's all we're saying.
But I mean, just be open about it. Just be like, yeah, you know, that's what I want. That would make me feel good. I do respect someone that has open intent instead of just being like, it'll be kind of funny if you get killed. I mean, I wouldn't support that, but I don't know, it'd be kind of funny. Yeah.
I've never said those words, but I guess they're hallucinating.
I think with his son and his joke.
The only thing that's being killed right now is our hopes and dreams for continuing to do commerce with the nation of Singapore. That's it. That's it. The only thing that's being killed are our hopes and dreams to continue doing trade, to continue improving the GDP of the beautiful city-state of Singapore.
jokes and his whole satire, it just doesn't hit. It's just not funny. So at this point,
it's not funny.
Okay, fair game. I think we should do the same to Hassan. Unironically, this is more harassment than Pegasus.
Wait, what? Loki, we should do the same to Hassan? As in what? Call me a terrorist for the past 3 years? 2 years? Isn't that what you guys have been doing already? This is like when Donald Trump says, we're going to bomb Iran extra hard. It's like, wow, really? Really? This is going to change the dynamic dramatically, folks. This time it's different. This is like when Epstein comes out and he's like, you know what? The gloves are off. We're going to start harassing Hassan and everyone that he's actually encountered. It's like, wow, this is going to be a real different experience for me as opposed to the last 6 years for Epstein, as opposed to the last 2 years for these guys. Very different. How is this more harassment than a daily video for 500 plus days? They're delusional. I know, it's really funny. But I'll be honest, the more they do this, the more I want to retaliate by, continuing to fuck around and meme around because it's obviously pissing them off.
Has ever done. Pegasus just talks about him and his shitty takes that he sees on Twitter. All right. I don't think Pegasus has reported Hassan to the US government. I think he talks about it, but I don't think he's ever directly tried to DM Trump. Be like, yo, Trump, could you hook me up? So this guy, Hassan, he gotta go. I don't think he's doing that. And if he has, based Pegasus. But Hassan.
Oh, so he's not doing that. You're suspecting I'm doing that, but if Pegasus was doing that, then that would be base. Got it. I like that these guys are so one fucking speed where they just contradict themselves in real time, in broad daylight, in the same commentary, in a 1 minute and 24-second video.
Hassan and his fans are definitely taking it a step further than Pegasus has. And when you do stuff like this, you're just asking to being harassed back. So, and the thing with Hassan and his audience is that I wouldn't be surprised if one out of those thousands of people unironically flies to Singapore and tries to do something to him. It only takes one crazy person out of thousands, out of millions, for a tragedy to happen. So this is where it gets into dangerous territory. It's like if Pegasus was like, yo, if you see Hassan in the street, shoot him, I would be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? And I feel the same way when people are alluding to violence when we know what
That's an insane fantasy. First of all, no one has to worry about flying to Singapore, at least myself. I would like to fly to Singapore. I would like to do trade in Singapore, but for the time being, I can't do any trade in Singapore because I'm worried about my stalker and my cyber harassment. The guy that's been doing cyber harassment against me is unfortunately doing so from the nation state of Singapore, the city state of Singapore, and therefore I probably will not be traveling to Singapore anytime soon. I wanted to. I always think about it. I dream about it every day. But unfortunately, I cannot. I cannot do commerce for the time being in the beautiful state of Singapore.
People are capable of. I actually think that Hassan is going to pull up to Singapore and shoot Pegasus in the head and then hump his body. No, I don't think that's actually going to happen. In case it needed to be said out loud, no, I don't think that's the case. But after everything we've seen over the last few months, years, we know how obsessive fans get. We know the political climate.
Wait. What I don't understand, Soy Right is awesome. I love when right-wingers literally even jokingly receive like a fraction of pushback and they straight up turn around and they're like, "Oh my God, you want to murder me?" How does this work? How does this work at all? Like, if you're obsessively made videos twice a day for like the last, 300 plus days or 150 plus days, I don't know if you've made daily videos, because I think the number of videos that he's made on me is more than 400 now. And in those videos, he's calling me a terrorist. In those videos, he's slandering me, defaming me from the nation state of Singapore, which has serious laws about this sort of thing, for the record. Serious laws that they're not following through on, at least for the time being, which is a little bit disappointing, but I still, I still have hope in my heart that one day I can freely travel to the state of Singapore. England scored. Oh, shit. Good, I guess. Okay. Again, no response. There's so much other shit going on. Talk about Clav or something. Why do you guys get so mad? I have 40 ships waiting, stuck at sea, waiting for a resolution. Stop. There's so much other shit going on. Talk about Clav or something. Gold. This guy is literally ADHD brain. But yeah, it's funny that he's saying that like the 2 times where, or what? How many times have I mentioned him now? Like 5? Like the 5 total times that I've mentioned him on stream after 400 plus videos, and he's like, well, you want to murder him. So what does more Pegaslop want to do then to me? What does more Pegaslop want to do to me then with the 400 plus videos that he's done? I mean, he is clearly a significantly large audience.
And it only takes one unhinged loser to be like, yeah, I gotta worship my Lord and Savior Hassan, and my Lord and Savior Hassan would want me to fly out to Singapore and take care of business, if you will. It only takes one unhinged individual for shit to get out of control real fast. Hassan has been a lot more extreme. I just don't want this to escalate.
What is this? Sensitive Society has too many Hassan videos to count. Here are a few. Bye-bye Hassan. More Pegasus came all over Hassan and he's mad. Lawsuit. Hassan just got exposed big fucking time. Yeah, I don't really know who the fuck this guy is, but wonder if he's violating his local rules. Yeah, I don't understand how he doesn't apply this logic to making those videos on you, because again, more Pegasus is based and I'm evil. I think that's what it is. Yeah, starting to feel like he's threatening me.
To a tragic level when
when more Pegasus calls Hassan a terrorist 500,000 times, that's based in good. When Hassan makes a joke talking about being an international shipping magnate, whoa, buddy. Are you trying to murder him? Are you trying to murder him with a gun? No, I'm not, actually. I don't think more Pegasus is trying to murder me. You know, I think he's just farming. I think he's just trying to make money. It just happens to be in violation of Singaporean laws for cyberstalking, mass harassment, and also defamation. When he says you want to do business with Singapore, do they actually think you want to take care of him with a gun? Yeah, I don't know why. That's a little bit of an escalation, don't you think? Anyway, we got a lot of good stuff to talk about. Trump is just chirping, but first we're gonna get back to John Goetsheimer. Enormous damage of U.S.'s Iran war laws
may prove, unlike all the other wars, a bridge too far for the United States hegemony.
With the Iran war, how much does this defeat challenge the U.S. as a hegemon, if at all?
Look, losing wars has been, over the last 40, 50 years, utterly consistent with the expansion of the hegemonic power of the United States. The United States lost the Vietnam War, they lost the war in Iraq, in Afghanistan. Libya is a basket case as a result of the Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama intervention. Look at Bosnia today, for instance. It's a cesspit. Failure can be particularly useful to the project of enhancing American hegemony. Let's not forget that ever since the Nixon shock in 1971, the United States financial hegemony has been expanded the deeper into the red the federal government and the overall American economy is getting. It's a very strange hegemon, the United States, and nothing like the British Empire, nothing like the Roman Empire, the Portuguese Empire. Failure can be the foundation for success. But I think that, to answer your question, this may prove to be a bridge too far, a failure too far, a failure that reverberates within the base of MAGA, blue-collar workers who have voted Trump in a second time, are suffering massively. They don't understand why he had to go in there, like we don't understand. If we don't understand, why would they? There is no patriotic fervor about continuing the war in Iran or even supporting the war that did take place. With the exception of the Permian Basin, where the frackers have really loved that war because it has kept the price of oil in the sweet spot, neither too low so that they can be profitable, nor too high so that aggregate demand and demand for their oil doesn't tank as a result of too high a price. With the exception of the Permian Basin, I think that the MAGA constituency, Trump's support base, even the tech lords, big tech, have not been happy with this. They may have managed to continue their spending spree and splurge on AI and so on, and the stock exchange is doing really very well, with the exception of the last few days, but that could be a blip, who knows. I genuinely think that losing the Gulf states, losing that consensus amongst the Gulf states that there was no alternative to being under the American security umbrella, and there was no alternative to being absolutely wedded to the dollar system. Losing that could prove in the future a very costly failure, a failure which, unlike all the previous failures, is undermining the hegemonic power of the United States.
I just wanted to bring up, if I may, and then I will hand you the mic, of course, John, but a fascinating CBS news poll. This speaks to what you just brought up, Giannis, about the MAGA base. So found that 56% of self-identified MAGA voters said the U.S. should end the conflict with Iran now. 44% said that, sorry, I'm just trying to, 44% said the U.S. should continue the war until, quote, Iran gives up more, end quote. For all self-identified Republicans surveyed, 60% believe the conflict should end, and 40% said war should continue to get more Iranian concessions. Also, 47% of MAGA supporters say the agreement is better for the U.S., while 12% believe it's better for Iran, and 41% say it's about equal. Among all Republicans, only 39% said the deal is better for the U.S. 19% see it as better for Iran, and 42% see the deal as equal for both the U.S. and Iran. So, just some interesting stats.
If I could make a quick response on that, and then I want to make a number of points in response to what Giannis said, and I'm very curious what he will say about what I said. But first on you, Katie. I saw a poll that said that 67% of Americans want to end the war right away. 67%. Furthermore, both the Senate and the House, as you well know, have just passed resolutions calling for an end to the war. The last time I checked, these are two bodies of Congress that are dominated by Republicans. And both houses of Congress, again, called for ending this war. So Giannis made the point that there are many different elements inside the national security state here in the United States, and he's absolutely correct. But the point is, if Trump wants to go
Why are there no anti-war riots? Because Americans are clearly very comfortable, far too comfortable with death and destruction overseas, even if they don't want it, even if they think it's like stupid, even if they're against it, they're still fine with it until they're impacted by it. And so far, because of the strategic petroleum reserves that the Trump administration has released, the oil and gas market has not been impacted, at least in the United States of America, in ways that frustrate people to take action. It's obviously, look, gas prices at the pump are high, right? But it's not high enough. And then on top of that, there haven't been a lot of significant, like there hasn't been a significant enough number of troops that have been put in harm's way. Like we're virtually insulated from the reality of this conflict on the ground. That's just, America's proximity. That happens to have something to do with America's proximity to the conflict. Usually, we don't get to experience the negative consequences in the way that like the Asian markets do, in the way that the European markets do, in the way that the African markets do. And that's part of the reason why, especially because we don't have boots on the ground right now. And as long as we don't have boots on the ground, most Americans are just going to think about this as an afterthought.
Head and appeal to the American public, and then ally himself with those interests inside the national security state who want to end this war, he can do it. This is a very unpopular war. It's a foolish war, and all sorts of people understand.
I've already brought this up with respect to Israel, right? There are plenty of Americans who are obviously frustrated by, Israel's violence, but the most salient point is twofold. One, Israel does this with a fuck ton of American tax dollars and with American munition. We don't like that. And two, perhaps even more consequentially, Israel also is constantly demanding censorship and firings of American employees on American businesses for speaking out against Israel. That is what makes Americans extra frustrated. Do you understand? That's what it is. Americans see the death and destruction. They hear that this death and destruction is only happening with our tax dollars. Americans don't like that. But then on top of that, when any American calls this out, and then a bunch of Israel First organizations come in and say, you have to be fired, you have to lose your job, you're going to get harassed. Americans fucking hate that. That is a big part of the reason for why there has been this, why this major sea change took place in the attitude that Americans display as it pertains to Israel and our relationship with Israel.
But I want to go back to what Giannis said, and I'm very curious how he thinks about what I'm going to say. His point that the United States has lost all these wars is correct. I think about this all the time. I was in the American military from 1965 to 1975, which amazingly was coterminous with the Vietnam War.
Doors open.
We suffered a devastating defeat in the Vietnam War. And we have suffered significant defeats in almost every war except the first Gulf War in 1991.
Who are you barking at? Are you monitoring the situation? Kaya. Strange.
Since then, it's really quite remarkable how bad our track record is. But nevertheless, losing those wars has not mattered very much for our position in the world. And I think you were getting at this, Giannis. And if you just go back to the Vietnam War, we suffered this catastrophic defeat in 1975. The North Vietnamese win a decisive victory. The Americans are humiliated. 14 years later, the Cold War ends, and then the Soviet Union collapses, and we enter the unipolar moment where the United States is Godzilla. It's quite remarkable. The Vietnam War had hardly any effect at all. And most of those other, if not all of those other defeats, hardly mattered at all for our position in the world. So the question is, what's going on here? And here's how I think about it. I think that I'm a structuralist, and what I care about is power. And I'm concerned with how powerful the United States is, how powerful China is, what the relative balance of power is between them, and so forth and so on. And the point I would make is that when you think about power, what you want to look at is the population size of a country and how much wealth it has. And when you talk about wealth, what's embedded in that is where it is in terms of developing sophisticated technologies. Excuse me. And the United States has been, for a long time, and still is, a remarkably powerful country. And it promises to be a remarkably powerful country for the future because it is so wealthy and it has such a large population. Of course, the same is true of China as well. I don't want to take away from the Chinese on this front. But losing in the Gulf is not going to affect how powerful the United States is. What has happened here has much more to do with our ability to project power. You can have power, but power by itself doesn't tell you very much. This is why we lose all these wars. The question viewers should be asking is, if John says the United States is so powerful, why does it lose all these wars? And the point is that there are real limits to what you can do with all that power. And one of the problems with American policymakers is they have no sense of the limits of military power. They think because we have this giant hammer, we can run around the world and either coerce people or beat them into submission. And the truth is you can't do that. There are real limits to what you can do with military power, as we have found out on countless occasions. So when I look at the Gulf War, when I look at the Iran war, I think Giannis is exactly right that this has fundamentally altered our ability to project power into the Persian Gulf. It's destroyed our basing structure in the region, and it's done enormous damage to our alliance structure in the Gulf.
Once you basically gave the game away and you proved to every Gulf leadership, every Gulf nation leadership, that there's only one country that you care about, and their foreign policy agenda is far more important than the potentially trillions of dollars of economic activity that comes from all the other countries, that they're secondary to your love and your unlimited loyalty to not only Israel, but Israel's belligerents, it's over. Now, look, these guys are still fairly vassalized, and it doesn't matter. And they'll take a big beating. And that much is clear. That's why Saudi Arabia is currently doing crazy shit with Yemen, right? But ultimately, if these other countries are recognizing that America is going to place them secondary, and America is running out of bandwidth to even defend them as they go further into this conflict, as though they, because Saudi Arabia is going further into this conflict by reinstituting the blockade that it has over Yemen, right? That was a big test. Would the Ansar Allah envoys that went to Iran be able to come back into Sanaa? Saudi struck the airport in Sanaa. Luckily, nobody died, but they had to fly around and land in a different airport. But that was obviously a big fuck you to Yemen. That is the reason why the Houthis are now saying they're going to restart striking Saudi oil facilities. I don't know how, I don't know where they go from here. But that is an escalation from the Saudi side. That's an escalation from the Saudi side that Americans were obviously invested in. But Saudi could have said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to implement a blockade over Yemen. We're just going to let them, we're going to let them travel. We're going to let the Houthis travel with ease. The fact that they're doing that means that they're still vassalized, because this comes at great cost to the Saudi refineries.
Region. So the war has had huge consequences, but the basic power of the United States has not changed at all. We are as powerful as ever, and therefore as dangerous as ever. So I'll stop there and turn it over to Giannis.
John, I will take what you said and go one step beyond. You juxtaposed the
most telling detail about this attack, yes, you read that right. Saudi Arabia used 10 $2 million Storm Shadow cruise missiles to hit Sanaa's airport runway from a safe distance, yet failed to achieve the main objective. It says a lot about their fear of Yemeni air defenses. The most telling detail about this attack, Saudi Arabia denies to have attacked their proxy and aiding claims to have done it, as if they had Storm Shadow cruise missiles or fighter jets. Saudi Arabia is clearly afraid of retaliation, and it should, in my opinion. I mean, they have the remnants of the missile. The rat fucking has begun. Yes, I saw that. There's two things that happened in Michigan. Oh, every day there's another insane thing that comes out of Michigan politics that I absolutely despise.
Defeat of the United States in Vietnam, which you experienced when you were in the military. And then you said a few short years after that, the United States won the Cold War. So it didn't matter. No, I think it did matter. I think that the Vietnam War, not on its own, was part of the mechanics by which America, the United States, won the Cold War. Now, before you think that I'm utterly crazy, let me try to explain this. In the end, after I mentioned the Nixon shock in 1971, for me, 15th of August 1971, alongside the fall of 2008, these are two pivotal moments for us to understand the United States, to understand the world. So, 1971, Nixon destroys the Bretton Woods system, which was the foundation for the first phase of American hegemony after the Second World War, a system of fixed exchange rates, a planned system. It was almost, economic planning without public ownership of the means of production. It was a remarkable system. Let's not beat about the bush. And yet the United States blew it up. And had Nixon not blown it up, some Democrat would have blown it up. LBJ wanted to blow it up before that. Why? Because that whole system was predicated upon America being the surplus nation, the surplus political economy, recycling its own surpluses in Europe and in Japan, so as to create the aggregate demand for American net exports and to maintain American surpluses. Well, that could no longer continue because by 1968, 69, 1970, America was a deficit country. And therefore, the Bretton Woods system had to be blown up. That blowing up is what gave rise to the immense power that you're talking about, John, that led to the United States winning the Cold War. And the Vietnam War played an important part. There were two main spending sprees by the federal government in the United States, which led to the budget deficits and the deficits in the trade accounts of the United States. One was the Vietnam War, massive spending with a lot of leakage. A lot of that demand went overseas, and that's how Southeast Asia was effectively built up through expenditures that went in the direction of the military project in Southeast Asia. And the Great Society program of LBJ, which was also related to the tensions, the social tensions that were unleashed by the Vietnam War, especially in the South, in places like Texas and so on. So that's what I'm trying to do, if you're following me. I'm connecting the defeat in Vietnam with the overturning, undermining, blowing up of the Bretton Woods system, which did what? The answer comes from a certain gentleman that you all remember, Paul Volcker. Because it was 1970 when Henry Kissinger put a question to the people working for him back then at the National Security Council. And the question was, typical Kissinger question, how do we maintain our hegemony now that we're a deficit country? And Paul Volcker was the guy amongst his minions, Kissinger's minions, who said, well, the answer is, we don't do austerity, we don't go German, we don't tighten our belt, we boost our deficits, and we make the capitalists of the rest of the world pay for it. So essentially, whereas in the first 2 decades after the war, America was recycling its own surpluses to Europe and Asia and Japan, after 1971, it was recycling other people's surpluses. So essentially, the trade deficit of the United States became something like a gigantic vacuum cleaner that was sucking.
The financialization of the American economy, which focused on finance capital from this point onward, which is part of the reason why we have no industrial base whatsoever, which is part of the reason why we have a hyper reliance on countries like China, and therefore having any sort of militant posture against China, which is responsible for 30% of our trade and so much of our components that we use in even our domestic manufacturing, makes this talk of going to war with China all the more ridiculous. Once again, this entire system relies on stability. It is a very fragile system, which is precisely the reason why Iran currently is eating our lunch. Iranian retaliation to the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian retaliation against commercial shipping, but also Iranian retaliation against financial instruments, like different targets, like counter value targets that signal that they're willing to wage war at the global level against America and hurt American capital. Once again, exposes the fragility of the international financial system that we have designed, and it also shows, it also greatly limits. It also greatly limits the timeline that America has. We cannot withstand a unlimited battlefront if the people that we're fighting against are striking not only oil and gas tankers, they're not only striking commercial shipping and restricting access to a major global choke point like the Strait of Hormuz. But then they're also potentially damaging American capital. There's just no. There's nothing. There's nothing that I mean. There's only so much. There's only so much so many penalties that we can withstand. Okay. That's it.
Into the territory of the United States, the net exports of Japan, of Germany, later China. And what was happening with the dollar profits of the Japanese, the French, the German industrialists, capitalists? Well, they were being recycled through Wall Street in the form of American debt, public debt, some equity, and a lot of real estate. Therefore, people like Trump got to be what they are. And it was this, together with what Paul Volcker did once he was at the Fed, which he boosted massively interest rates in order to arrest inflation, which was a really, really lethal blow at countries like Romania, like Poland. The Solidarnosc emerged because of the great indebtedness.
Remember, escalation dominance, and the way that America's target priorities have been this time around has been fairly limited, with the exception of the unconfirmed report that we're seeing right now that the United States hit a hospital. Okay, FARS news agency claims that the United States hit a hospital, recently, this last round of strikes. But up until that, America was actually targeting with as much accuracy as possible, targeting Iranian strike capabilities. They were limiting their targeting operations to everything that pertains to Iran's capabilities of blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Not talking about the Minob school. I'm saying, guys, I'm talking about this round. In this round, post MOU, post Memorandum of Understanding, America's targets were ports, radar facilities, and areas where they think Iran are capable of striking the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? Oh my God, everyone is saying a school, a hospital. Jesus fucking Christ. Post MOU. Once the Memorandum of Understanding was implemented, I'm not talking about Operation Epic Fury, okay? When Operation Epic Fury was taking place, of course, they expanded their targets, and they started off by blowing up a fucking school for little girls. When the Americans initially started post MOU, their strikes were limited to areas where Iranians were striking the Strait of Hormuz from, radar facilities and ports where they could have, like a potential Iranian submarine or naval assets. Okay? Post MOU. We're expanding on the strike package. Like, the American side is expanding on the strike package. They're hitting nuclear bases once again. This will also lead the Iranians to escalate alongside the American strikes. Okay? Iran has, for the most part, targeted ships and have maintained its posture as the sole controller of the Strait of Hormuz. That's all they've done thus far. If America strikes Iranian oil and gas facilities, Iran will strike back against American oil and gas facilities. Having said that, the regime has just bombed the children's hospital in the Iranian city of Ahwaz. It is being evacuated. Iran has been destroying Bahrain and Kuwait. Yes. Iran has been hitting Bahrain, Kuwait, and Gulf countries, but specifically American military installations in said Gulf countries. Okay? So far, with some limited exceptions, Iran has been trying to damage as much American military and Navy facilities as possible. When they hit Bahrain, they're not just hitting Bahrain, the country. They're hitting the American naval assets in Bahrain. They're hitting the American facilities in Bahrain. Okay? Now, so far, Iran has only continued to follow America up the escalation ladder, which means it's 1-1 now. Apparently, England ate a goal. Updates for those who are paying attention or want to know what the fuck's going on with the England-Argentina game. Yes, Bahrain houses the 5th Fleet of the U.S. Navy. So when Iran is striking Bahrain, they're not just striking Bahrain randomly, they're targeting the 5th Fleet. But now that the United States has struck a children's hospital in Ahvaz, I suspect that the Iranian targets will shift as well. This is the exact same pattern. This is the exact same pattern that the tit-for-tat strikes took place during Operation Epic Fury prior to the MOU. Okay? When America or Israel expands on their strike packages, when they start targeting different areas, when they target a bank, for example, they hit the Iranian bank to claiming that this was a way to stop them from paying the IRGC or whatever. They turned around and they struck back against financial facilities in the Gulf, American financial facilities, or even threatened that they would hit financial facilities. Shahid Baghay Hospital in Ahvaz, Iran, evacuated after several American missiles struck near the medical center. Iranian TV says the evacuation is temporary. The hospital is located near sites hit in the ongoing wave of U.S. strikes on Ahvaz.
Of the Polish communist political economy to the United States. And, when interest rates rose from 3% to 21%, that was a major blow at the Warsaw Pact. It played a significant role, not the only role. There were other things as well, of course, Afghanistan and so on, and the decrepitude of the Soviet economy. But so what I'm trying to connect here, in the context of what you're saying, John.
Yeah, here is the other update. Reuters, shipping companies are avoiding using a U.S. military-guided transit scheme through the Strait of Hormuz after a wave of Iranian attacks on vessels sparked safety concerns, 7 maritime security and shipping industry sources said. In June, the U.S. military had helped vessels through as a part of an operation involving scores of secretive ship-to-ship oil transfers to keep the Gulf energy exports flowing, using aerial and water drones as well as helicopters to guide tankers. The U.S. doesn't seem to have any control over the situation, one shipping source said, adding that their company had opted not to sail through the strait due to crew safety concerns and the deteriorating security situation. Yet shippers are evaluating the route on the Omani side of the strait as increasingly dangerous after a wave of attacks on ships. Iran started striking the Omani coastline and the ships that were transiting through the Omani coastline with American aid, and that's the reason why the international shipping companies decided that route is no longer safe either. There's obviously a risk profile here. There's a risk calculation, and from their perspective, they're not going to put their assets in harm's way. They're not going to put their assets in the crosshairs of Iranian missiles, Iranian drones. Iran's continued ability to target ships sailing through the Omani route means the Trump administration's proposed solution to keep the ships moving is unlikely to work, said Torbjorn Solved, principal Middle East analyst with risk intelligence company Verisk Maplecroft. Do you understand? Why aren't they just going through the Iranian side? Great question. That's the whole point. That's what the Iranian side is trying to get them to do. Right now, as we're speaking, by the way, the U.S. House is voting against Representative Thomas Massey's amendment that would cut U.S. military aid to Israel. 103 Democrats have voted in favor of Thomas Massey's amendment. 98 of them have voted against it. Some of the more high-profile Democrats that have openly mentioned they would be voting against this are, of course, Hakeem Jeffries. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries told colleagues Tuesday that he will vote against an amendment to strip $3.3 billion in annual U.S. military aid to Israel, and said Democratic leadership would not whip the vote, leaving members free to vote their conscience rather than follow a party line. The amendment introduced by Republican Representative Thomas Massey would bar funds in the State Department appropriations bill from being spent for Israel, effectively blocking the foreign military financing provided under the 2016 U.S.-Israel Memorandum of Understanding. This is the Obama MOU. $3.3 billion yearly for the next decade, right? This is the last year that the MOU, after this year, the MOU expires. In a letter to colleagues, obtained by drop site, Jeffries called the amendment overly broad, saying it would also hit humanitarian aid and refugee resettlement while restricting efforts to confront Hamas, Hezbollah, and other organizations. He cited J Street's opposition to the amendment, explaining his position. Jeffries wrote that American policy in the Middle East must change, but that the U.S. commitment to Israel must remain ironclad, and any future agreement should preserve Israel's qualitative military edge. The Democratic leader's stance runs against his party base. A May 2026 New York Times Siena poll found that 74% of Democrats oppose providing more economic and military aid to support Israel, while only 20% supported doing so. To Hakeem Jeffries, I say,
what gives?
But of course, Hakeem Jeffries' retaliation probably is,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
J Street said Tuesday it would support Democrats regardless of whether they voted yes or no or present, calling the amendment overboard, but acknowledging that the vote presented a rare opportunity for lawmakers to register opposition to continue U.S. military aid to Israel. This is purely symbolic. And the reason for why it's unfortunately purely symbolic is because there is enough votes, as always, both from the Democrats and the Republicans, to continue giving $3.3 billion to Israel. Here are some of the pro-Israel Democrats being pressed on voting against their base by drop sites Julian himself.
Closely in line with my leader.
And what about with your base?
Look, I fight terrorism. That's what...
Is the IDF committing terrorism by bombing civilian infrastructure and committing war crimes?
Drop Sites Julian Andreoni here. Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, has put out a statement saying he's going to vote no on Thomas Massey's amendment to cut all military aid to Israel. But 74% of Democratic voters, per the latest New York Times poll, support cutting all economic assistance to Israel. I wanted to come up here and ask pro-Israel Democrats who are facing contested primaries where they stand in this fight. Are they with their base or are they with Democratic leadership in D.C.? Let's see what they had to say.
Leader Jeffries came out and said that he's not going to support cutting the military aid to Israel, but 74% of the Democratic voting base supports cutting off all economic ties with Israel. You're going to side with Leader Jeffries or the voting base on that?
I'm with Leader Jeffries on this one.
You're going to vote against the Massey's amendment?
Yes.
And why are you going to go against 74% of the base?
Look at Mr. Jeffries' statement. He's very articulate about his positions. Look, we got to fight terrorism. And what happened on October 7th is not acceptable. And we got to keep fighting. And
what about what happened before October 7th? Do you recognize the Nakba?
Eliminate terrorism all across the world.
All right, thanks.
I'm a no on the amendment.
Do you think it's out of lockstep with where the base is?
I wouldn't vote for anything that Thomas Massey puts forward at the moment, especially after he ran an ad with a Jewish star in it, which was universally condemned as anti-Semitic.
Oh, that's why. Got it. Not because you're a fucking unbelievable dick eater of Israel. Remember, he's of course, he is a Ron DeSantis Democrat. Openly has mentioned that he is to the right of the current Republican Party at times when it comes to dealing with American foreign policy. Yeah, Shri Tanadar obviously is also going to be primaried, inshallah.
So if he were to put forth the Epstein Files Transparency Act again, you would have voted against it?
That was with Ro Khanna. I voted on that.
So Oliver Larkin is running against Jared Moskowitz. Donovan McKinney is running against Shri Tanadar, who we just saw.
Jewish star in it, which was universally condemned as anti-Semitic.
So if he were to put forth the Epstein Files Transparency Act again, you would have voted against it?
That was with Ro Khanna. I voted on that.
So if he had a Democratic co-sponsor on something, you'd vote for it?
I wouldn't be helping Thomas Massey on anything.
Even the Epstein Files Transparency?
No, of course I'd vote for Epstein, and I voted for that, but that was also before he did that nonsense.
I believe it's in our national interest to have a liberal democracy in the Middle East, and I will not be voting on the Massey Amendment.
You believe Israel's a democracy?
I believe it's the only liberal democracy in the Middle East.
Are there any other democracies that support citizenship and rights based on ethnicity, race, or nationality? I mean, there are laws that, for instance, the law that just passed in the Knesset that gives Palestinian prisoners different punishments than Israeli prisoners.
Are these people bots? Yes, they are they are the reason why people see the Democratic Party as controlled opposition. Okay? Because we are. The Democrats are controlled opposition because there are hundreds of Democrats in Congress that are first and foremost invested in defending Israel and defending Israel's interests. And there is no way in hell that they would actually do the bidding of their constituents. And they are servants of the state of Israel. That's it. And they're not just servants of the state of Israel, they're servants of the highest bidder, right? And obviously, Israel pays well. That's it.
I mean, is that a democratic system?
Would you want there's a hot debate in Israel right now about what things look like moving forward.
Yeah.
But I believe it's in our national interest.
And if you're wondering why if you're wondering why no change happens, these people are bought and paid for. And if you're wondering why no change happens, I mean, look at Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens also, I believe, voted no. Okay. Haley Stevens is currently running for Senate against Abdul El-Sayed in the state of Michigan. Okay. If you're wondering why these people get away, with their lack of interest in abiding by the overwhelming majority of their base of support, well, the reason why they get away with it is because of what's taking place in the Senate race in Michigan in the primaries. Haley Stevens has gotten $50 million in outside expenditures. I believe 30 to 40 million of that right now is coming from AIPAC and AIPAC shell corporations, shell PACs. That's it. They dupe the base. They take advantage of the loose or lack of restrictions on how much outside money could be spent in these races. And they lie and they smear. And there's obviously a network internally. There's obviously a network of Democratic consultants and pliant media operatives that will go along with this slander campaign and will do everything in their power to make sure that people are duped, that people are not paying attention. And if people are paying attention, hopefully they will learn something awful about a candidate that will stand against corporate PACs like Abdul El-Sayed, and they'll vote against Abdul El-Sayed. That's exactly how this goes. That's exactly how this works. Breaking, a majority of Democrats in the House have just voted to cut $3.3 billion a year in U.S. military aid to Israel. Representative Thomas Massie, the leader of the amendment, was the only Republican in support. If one more person shows me Chuck Schumer farting in the Senate, I'm going to fucking end the broadcast. Okay? Please stop. I don't give a shit. Okay? I know he farted while he was delivering a speech. You guys are fucking literally children, dude. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. We'll get to it. Okay? Fuck, man. I can't even have a serious conversation about, like, the way that moneyed interest operates in American politics and subverts democracy at the behest of a foreign nation state without motherfuckers being like, well, Chuck Schumer farted. Shut the fuck up. Sherman on the Massey Amendment. If you care about not only our Middle East policy, but you care about the Democratic Party's position with the American people, then you must vote no on this amendment. This is an attack on the Israeli people, says Representative Brad Sherman, another one of my fucking dumbass ops.
If you care
1 million from AIPAC.
About not only our Middle East policy, but you care about the Democratic Party's position with the American people, then you must vote no on this amendment. Now, that does not mean that there will not be future reductions in our aid to Israel. That does not mean that we will not try to change Israeli policy. But this amendment goes as far as it possibly can to put us on the side not of those who would shoot down the missiles that are aimed at civilian neighborhoods in Israel, but on those who are cheering those missiles. And then we're told that the amount of money involved is the focus. This is $3.3 billion, but that is about an 80th of the aid that we have provided Ukraine and that we should have provided Ukraine. So this is not an attempt to divert a large portion of our money from Israel. This is an attack on the Israeli people, and I yield to the gentlelady from Florida.
These people are disgusting, dude. They're disgusting. They're enemies of the American people. It doesn't matter if they are Democrats. It doesn't matter if they're Republicans. I mean, the damn near entirety of the Republican Party is on board with this, and a big chunk of Democrats are also on board with the continuation of $3.3 billion. The only reason why Hakeem Jeffries didn't whip the votes for it is because he knows it's going to pass anyway. Okay? In a normal situation, if the Democrats were like a real party and they cared about the needs of their base, if democracy was real in this fucking country, then Hakeem Jeffries would be whipping votes in favor of Thomas Massey's amendment. Okay? The entirety of the Democratic Party would respond together collectively to say, yes, we're voting for this amendment. We're going to make sure that we cut the $3.3 billion in money that we're spending to Israel. 74% of our base wants this. Okay? 74%. It's insane to me. Yes, 30 years of hurt has now expanded to 60 years of hurt. It's now going to be 64 years of hurt. Okay? Calm down, guys. It's not coming home. Vargentina won. If you're wondering how these people could be so out of step with the demands of their base, 74% want. 74% want to cut off aid to Israel. Look no further than the $50 million dumped into the Michigan Senate race where Abdul is running against an AIPAC stooge. I assume Haley Stevens voted in favor of this, right? Or voted against this, right? I would be shocked if she voted. I'd be shocked if she voted yes on the Massey amendment. The roll call isn't updated yet. It's not available, but someone must have watched it live, right? Yeah. I mean, Adam Johnson also points to this, but it's a fairly obvious point. Everyone knows when you're the most electable, you need $30 million in AIPAC money to win a primary. The more AIPACs Republican donors inject into your Democratic primary campaign, the more widespread, organic, and enthusiastic your general election appeal is. It's just common sense. Everything I don't like is AIPAC, an idiot's guide to politics. AIPAC has literally spent $30 million, and this guy goes, oh, why are you pointing out to AIPAC? I don't know what to tell you, but acting as if it's acknowledging this material reality is delusion is objectively insane. There's no way for you to see it yet. Roll call is not available yet, but I assume on C-SPAN, if someone was watching, they probably saw Haley Stevens vote no. Updated roll call, she voted no. Well, it's shocking.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That she voted no on that. Yeah, she voted no. There it is. Right? This is the right one, right? Yeah. Status failed. No, this is January 22nd, dude. This is not the correct. Wait, is this the right one? This is a different one. The fuck? No, it's roll 243, not 43. Congress had another opportunity to block our taxpayer dollars from enabling Israel's crimes. While our movement grows, we cannot keep funding suffering abroad while telling workers' families we cannot afford quality health care, housing, or education, says Summer Lee. Yeah. Roll call is not available. So unless you go into C-SPAN, the live footage from C-SPAN, you're not going to be able to figure out whether or not. Doors open. Yeah, the roll call is not published yet. So I don't know why people are saying Haley Stevens definitely voted no, unless they saw it. Unless they were watching C-SPAN and tracking it. We're not going to know yet. more Democrats either didn't vote for or voted no, 98, or present, 10, on cutting all aid to Israel than Democrats that voted yes. That said, it is a seismic shift in U.S. foreign policy. 48% of the Democratic caucus, Massey was the lone Republican yes. What was interesting is Pelosi actually voted yes. Nancy Pelosi says she will vote yes on the Massey amendment to withhold aid from Israel. This is obviously symbolic. But Nancy Pelosi understands which way the winds are blowing. Okay? This is important to recognize. It's important to understand that Nancy Pelosi, as Speaker Emerita, one of the most impactful Democrats in Congress, recognizes which way the room temperature is shifting and is moving along with it. She has all the power to just, if she's out after this season, she has literally nothing to lose. If she wanted to basically say, look, I want to continue funding Israel, it's very important, then she would have voted yes on this. She would have voted no on the Massey amendment. It's really interesting because Hakeem Jeffries is Nancy Pelosi's hand-selected candidate to run the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives. Today, the Massey Amendment presents an unfortunate choice to the House. As one who is committed to a strong U.S.-Israel relationship and supportive of a two-state solution, I respect Leader Jeffries' decisive proposal to achieve a just and lasting peace. The United States must be a force for security and stability. The American people are rightly demanding an end to perpetual cycle of war, and the Netanyahu government cannot maintain its current course. Therefore, while this amendment is ill-conceived, I vote yes for the message that it sends. She knows it won't pass. If she was the lone deciding vote, of course she would vote in favor of it. She's always been very savvy politically. It's a PR move, but it's still one that signifies something changing. I'm just saying, it's still obviously dog shit, and I need you guys to understand this doesn't mean anything, and that's precisely the reason why these guys even have the level of comfort to vote no, for the most part, with the exception of like Summerlee, AOC, Ro Khanna, people like that. Like all of the other 100 Democrats that voted yes, voted in favor of the Thomas Massey Amendment, that in the past have never taken a significant position against Israel, are doing so because they want the benefits of it, which means that the environment has shifted dramatically in our to the side of truth, to the side of justice, at least amongst the base. That means there's such a tremendous amount of appetite for someone to actually tell Israel to fuck off that 100 Democrats voted. I need you to understand, in comparison to where we were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where we were 10 years ago, this is unfathomable. This is an unfathomable seismic shift. Seismic shift that still is utterly meaningless in the grand scheme of things, because obviously the amendment was struck down because there's always enough votes. Just this morning, people were expecting 40 Democrat votes when we actually got 100. That's movement, but not enough. Yes, and there will always be spoilers. Hakeem Jeffries will ensure that there's always spoilers regardless. So what we have to do is mathematically make it impossible for them. Okay? So we still have a long way to go. Obviously, half of the Democrats are still bought and paid for by Israel. Half of the Democrats are still bought and paid for in general. Why do the Republicans vote no? What do you mean? They're fucking dogs. Why are you not teaching at Streamer University? Because it's Streamer University every day in here where I'm teaching you geopolitical crises that are taking place all around the world. In any case, like I said, 74% of Democrat voters, 74% of Democratic Party voters want to cut off aid to Israel. The fact that only half of the Democrats are comfortable with that is still devastating. What does any of this have to do with socialism? You're right, buddy. You're right. Fuck the Palestinians, right? Who cares about American foreign policy in the MENA region? Who cares about all the Iranians dying, all the Lebanese people dying, all the death and destruction that's taking place? There Are they all socialists? Good bait. Good bait. Thank you. On Seamus and Dylan Saba's podcast, Matt Petty said that the Republican base is where the Dems were 5 years ago, but the trend line suggests that most Americans will be opposed to Israel over the coming years. Quite a departure from being ignorant to foreign policy. Yes. Yes. But it's good. The sign of positivity here is that foreign policy is no longer seen as a separate thing. For the longest time, and it's not separate. Foreign policy and domestic policy are tied to one another. American experiences here are impacted by our foreign policy over there. But for the longest time, Americans did not make that connection. Now they are. Israel and the attitude shift against Israel has played a major role in this. Okay? Americans are more in tune with AIPAC. They're more aware of corporate PAC expenditures, more aware of a foreign policy apparatus, a foreign country's influence on American elections. This is a good thing. It's a positive change. Obviously, we're not there yet, and we have to keep pushing, and it's incredibly important that we have to keep pushing. What do you think that triggered that shift? 9/11? No, October 7 triggered that shift. Even with 9/11, Americans, by and large, were in support of the global war on terror. And it took 20 years for them to recognize that it was an abject failure and then a lot of money was spent on it. That money could have been spent on healthcare, for example. But even then, they weren't angry enough. Whereas now, with the level of frustration that is mounted against not only America's this unbelievable illusion that America has with this foreign country, Israel, but its direct impact on domestic concerns has frustrated Americans and have made Americans realize that foreign policy and domestic policy is inseparable. All the money that we're spending overseas could be spent here instead. Okay? This is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. Everything that the government is doing, everything that the Democrats are doing to control the situation is obviously another hurdle that we have to fight back against, but always be cognizant of the fact that we have the people, okay? And that's part of the reason why we can't let up. We can't feel discouraged. We can't be nihilistic. We can't lean into like idiotic black-pilled narratives that change is not happening fast enough, okay? Roll call is up for the recorded vote for the Massey amendment. Let's see what Stevens did. Wait, it's not. It's in the no's. Yeah, Stevens also voted no. There you go. Unsurprising. Expected. I don't think that's accurate. How are there 421 no's? Yeah, I don't know why they're... Yeah, it says 211 Democratic no's. I don't think that's correct. It might be... Yeah, this might not be accurate. Oh, this makes more sense. There you go. Republicans on the no side. All Republicans with the exception of Thomas Massey voted no. 98 Democrats voted no as well. And there was one independent that also voted no. Yeah, Stevens is on the no column, obviously. Moskowitz is as well, as you can see right here. Gottheimer will also be a no. There it is. Expected. These are all expected no's. On the yes, you have Gravalha. Let's see if there's anything interesting here. Khanna, Lee, of course, expected. Thomas Massey, it's his own amendment. Look to see if your congressperson is on the I column. Interesting that Jake Auchincloss was in the I column. That's interesting. DeGette voted I. That's also interesting. It's just like probably should have had that energy beforehand before you got taken out, but I'll take it. Part of the reason is because these are all the Congressional Progressive Caucus members. So, unlike Hakeem Jeffries, Greg Kazar was telling the Congressional Progressive Caucus, I believe, to vote yes on this. Where is Sanders? Dog, this is the House of Representatives. What are you talking about? Bernie Sanders is in the Senate, the upper chamber of Congress. Yeah, 108 targets acquired for DSA. Straight up. I agree. Jamie Raskin voted yes. Isn't he pro-Israel? No, Jamie Raskin's pretty woke. I don't know if push came to shove, if he was the deciding vote. I don't know how he would vote, but I mean, of course he's pro-Israel in the same way that most of these guys are, but he's fairly woke regardless of his pro-Israel position. He's a little bit like Nadler. He's like Nadler. They're definitely better than the mean when it comes to Israel, but they're still, pro-Israel, of course. Wesley Bell in the nose. Yeah, I mean, that's unsurprising. Again, AIPAC stooge Wesley Bell running against the incumbent that Cori Bush will defeat, inshallah. Wesley Bell would not be occupying the seat that he's currently occupying in Missouri if it wasn't for AIPAC. Anyway, if you're surprised that your congressperson voted aye, understand that they know that the vote doesn't have impact. They just want to make a statement. But it's still valuable that they're making such a strong statement against Israel. It would be far stronger if this was a real vote. But,
matters above all else, which is power, and I agree with you, is where is this power coming from? For me,
let's get back
from my perspective, it's coming from the ability of the United States, after the demise of the Bretton Woods system, to recycle other people's money, profits, capital, and then, of course, China. So once it started recycling Chinese profits, then you had, in the 1990s and the noughties, you had the globalization, you had the Wall Street bankers going absolutely berserk, and so on. So up until now, the capacity of the United States to recycle other people's surpluses has been going hand in hand with its capacity to project military power, not just in the Gulf, but everywhere, all over the world. And here is where I think our paths converge, because you heard a few weeks ago, during this war in Iran, Scott Bessent announced that he was giving a $20 billion swap line to the Gulf states, which is, it sounds absolutely crazy, ridiculous. I mean, the Gulf states, between them, they have around $6.5–7 trillion of dollars of assets, of reserves, of liquidity. Why do they need $20 billion from Scott Bessent? My interpretation, John, is that Scott Bessent was not bailing out the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Bahrain. No, he was signaling to the markets that, guys, I know that you're worried that we are going to lose around $2–2.5 trillion in the next 18 months of money surpluses from the Gulf states that would be coming towards Wall Street. It's not coming. I am prepared to step in and to make up the difference. And I don't think he can. Because, the Fed has the capacity, as it proved in 2008, 2009, to provide these swap lines ad infinitum. Scott Bessent, the Treasury, cannot. He has a very, very tight budget. So there you are. So I hope that this intrigues you as an idea of how to enhance your power analysis and the reasons why this war may prove, unlike all the other wars, a bridge too far for the United States hegemony.
Just one very quick point, then I'll turn it over to Katie. I think that you and I agree completely that military might has an economic foundation, and it's really the economic foundation that matters the most. And what you're saying, I hear, is that despite the military defeat in Vietnam, the United States was doing things at the economic level that, if anything, made it stronger. And that's why military defeat did not matter. I agree completely with that.
It actually helped.
It helped. No,
it actually helped.
It was a force multiplier. That's your argument. And I agree with that. But it also seems that what you're saying is that the situation may be different now. In other words, as a result of the Iraq war, we have done things to the health of the American economy that are going to damage our position moving forward.
Indeed, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that, look, Donald Trump, in his first year in office now, during Trump 2.0, he secured commitments from the Gulf states of about $3.7 trillion over the next 18 months. $2 trillion would go to AI investments, data centers and all that in the United States, not in the Gulf, and $1.7 trillion armaments. Now, Scott Bessent knows that this money is not coming now because of the liquidity problems that the Gulf states have. Dubai hotels are almost empty. Natural gas and oil doesn't flow like it did. All bets are off regarding that $3.7 trillion that was going to arrive in Wall Street to keep recycling other people's money, other people's Gulf state capital through the markets of the United States, and to finance, importantly, much of that money would be purchasing treasuries, would be financing the American military, the American government, as well as equities, as well as real estate. So unlike all the other wars, none of the previous wars did anything to damage that recycling mechanism. That is my point.
But what would you say to the argument that actually, if you look at what Trump is doing today, he's being motivated, or he is motivated by economic considerations, right? That he knows he has to put an end to this war because it's going to do enormous damage if it continues to America's economic position in the world, to the world economy. And he's in a very important way sort of accepting your logic at a very general level, and he's backpedaling like crazy to do everything he can to restore the status quo ante.
Are you saying Trump is a Janist?
Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, I was joking. I was saying, are you saying Trump is a Janist or a Varoufakisian? Yeah.
Not in the slightest. What I'm saying is that, Scott Bessent is a smart man. He didn't break the Bank of England together with George Soros because he was a Dumkov, right? And I would not be at all surprised if he had a word with the president and said to him, Donald, we are running a very serious risk in the markets because we're going to lose $2 trillion in the next 18 months that will not be recycled through Wall Street. So stop this war now. So essentially what John is saying is exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
And you said at the beginning, Giannis, that you thought that Trump had a lot of good intuitions, that he was not completely a Dumkov. That's why you were saying you thought that you didn't believe that he bought Netanyahu's rhetoric about toppling the regime with air power alone.
Well, I love the man, but I do not suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. And I read what Stephen Miran says. I pay very close attention to Scott Bessent, to his economic team, and they have a plan. And you know what, John and Katie? Their plan has been working until Iran. They won everything. The tariff war was a complete, utter success story. Don't listen to economists whose models, have a spasm when you throw tariffs at them. The tariff war against the European Union was won by Trump. He had Ursula von der Leyen on her knees in his golf club in Scotland, accepting new tariffs being slapped on European manufacturing exports to the United States, while the European Union was taking down every single little tariff that it had on American exports and offering him something that was not in her gift to offer. Remember, Ursula von der Leyen promised him that by the end of 2028, Europe would invest $700 billion in the United States. Ursula von der Leyen doesn't have that money. She can't direct, BASF and Rheinmetall or whoever to invest this money in the United States. So he was winning. With China, he didn't win that war, but very, very quickly he stepped back, he retreated. He had a bromance with President Xi. They're going to meet again, and there's going to be a détente. There is a détente when it comes to the tariff war. But he is earning $300 billion every year from his tariffs. Everything he's been doing has been working until Iran. And I still insist that he was pushed into this. He didn't choose to dive into it.
Giannis, just to put Katie's question to you in slightly different words, aren't you basically saying that there's not much daylight between you and President Trump in terms of thinking about how the world operates?
Well, you see, there is a very well-known distinction between how the world operates and how I think it should operate, the normative and the descriptive. Right. I think that the world we live in, the world that shaped the so-called globalization, the so-called rules-based order, my goodness, I lose the will to live when I hear that expression. But, that's the world that Richard Nixon created in 1971. And it is clear to me that Trump's people, I don't know what he knows and what he thinks and how smart he is. He doesn't look particularly smart to me. But then again, Richard Nixon was a madman. And yet he shaped through the Nixon shock with John Connolly, with Paul Volcker, with Kissinger, with all these people. They shaped the world that we live in. And this is how I understand the world. I understand the world in that context. So from his perspective, what he's trying to do, what his team is trying to do, is trying to maintain the advantages that deficits have bestowed upon the United States ever since the Nixon shock.
Giannis's theory is that Trump knows what he's doing. Or at least the people around Trump know what they're doing. And they're trying to restructure the international markets in a way that benefits the United States, because finance capitalism is no longer benefiting the United States as much, I guess. What is this? The reporter at Dropsite News thinks is liable to quote Hassan verbatim because it makes him look bad. Yes, this is the American Enterprise Institute guy. He's not a centrist. He's a right-winger. The statement is written on that flyer. Hassan did not say Jews are inbreds as verbatim as you assert. The flyer was publicly disseminated It is immensely damaging to Hassan's reputation to claim that he said people belonging to a specific religion are all inbred. Yeah, I mean, Cuomo did the same nonsense too. I don't know how much I trust the Hormuz letter on potential boots on the ground, for the record, you know. Trump is looking to expand U.S. military operations in Iran by not only bombing energy sites and power plants starting next week, but also sending U.S. ground forces to fully seize Karg Island and other Iranian islands along the Strait of Hormuz and bombing the deepest and most fortified mountain in Iran, the Pickaxe Mountain. He said those things. Trump held a Situation Room meeting Tuesday evening to discuss the seizure of Karg Island and other territory along the strait using U.S. ground troops, including Abu Musa, Greater Tunb, and Lesser Tunb. He also said, we're going to take out Pickaxe Mountain. He can't do any of those things. Like, unless he wants to throw U.S. Look. The reason why he hasn't done it thus far is because obviously there's a level of military action that Trump is comfortable with. We know what that level is. Okay? The level of military action that Trump is comfortable with is air campaigns, decapitation strikes, quick and rapid action. This is a unique situation because he hasn't been able to achieve any of his military objectives. He hasn't been able to restrain Iran. He hasn't been able to successfully attrit Iran's strike capabilities. So it's just continuing. So he might get erratic. He might actually do something crazy that he hasn't done before. But so far, Trump has obviously been very restrained when it comes to putting boots on the ground. Here's the issue. American troops that he puts on any of those Iranian islands are going to get fucking lasered. Okay? They're going to get lasered. So if we're currently bleeding and there's no way to, through air campaigns, stop Iran from controlling the Strait of Hormuz, trying to gain leverage with this suicide mission is going to be the dumbest decision that Trump has made thus far in a series of unbelievably dumb decisions. Because if you recall, one thing that I've said since day one, since the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, is that the reason why Americans are not out in the streets and freaking out over this is because there hasn't been any significant damage that we can see, that we can visualize to American naval assets. They've been able to paper over a lot of the damage to say, oh, it's fine. It's like laundry fire here and there. And the most consequential act was when the F-35 fighter jet flew over during a bombing mission, and the Iranian air defenses took it out. That was a huge panic moment for the American side. Now, if America tried to militarily invade any of the island chains off of the Iranian coastline, they would get pummeled with Iranian ballistic munitions. There is no air support there. There is no way that you can establish a forward operating base. Even if the American military could fairly easily take over Karg Island with conventional arms and defeat the Iranians stationed on Karg Island with their conventional arms and conventional tools, which is a fairly easy process, there is no way that they would be able to establish a forward operating base on Karg Island without the Iranians destroying it and killing every single troop on that forward operating base. This is a big penalty. This is far too large of a penalty that the Trump administration would take on. Unless he's just completely lost his mind, I don't expect Donald Trump to put boots on the ground. Okay? But let's say, what is, Kaya's back, knocking on the door. Let's say that, wait, hold on. I need to, Kaya! I don't know if you can see her shadow. She keeps pawing at the door. But what was I saying? Oh, let's say they're able to conventionally defeat through conventional means defeat the Iranian military on Karg Island, fairly easy. Let's say through some stroke of good luck, they were able to set up a forward operating base, and let's say they're capable of defending it. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, maybe let her in. Okay, I'll let her in. Anyway, as I was saying, even if America was able to establish a forward operating base on Karg Island, what is this? The RGA scheduled to go with a new ad, attack ad? Oh shit, I'm in another attack ad. Let's go. Fuck. Even if the United States of America and the military was capable of establishing a forward operating base on Karg Island, they have no way of maintaining any kind of supply line because all of the bases, the American bases that are close enough to Karg Island have been reduced to rubble and are within striking distance. They're within striking distance of Iran, which is precisely the reason why they can't even establish a supply line. So it's over. There's no way to do it. Anyway, we're obviously going to get to the drama, both in the Wisconsin race and also drama taking shape in the Michigan race in a little bit. I do want to hear from JD Jedediah Vance because he has a couple different places. He has a couple different moments from this Joe Rogan experience that are obviously frustrating. JD Vance calls himself a reasonable moderate between pro and anti-Israel extremes, saying he's advocated for a pragmatic relationship based on shared interests with Israel. Let's take a look.
But again, when I open up the pages of Time magazine and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing, and oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways, you know, my response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first, and that's the way that I've tried to do this job. And Joe, the crazy thing is, I'm like, people don't realize this. I'm actually in this, there's this massive pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate in the United States of America. I'm like the reasonable moderate. And I think that's what so many people don't realize is, I've been accused of being an anti-Semite. I've been accused
for what reason?
Quite literally for, I've been accused of trying to, I guess, some people say that I've insulted the Jewish religion, which is insane. Like I have a ton of respect for the Jewish religion.
But
if you talk about...
What specifically did you say?
I don't know. I've never heard a good, compelling argument for why I'm an anti-Semite, even though I've been accused of being an anti-Semite by many people. But what I say to these guys is, look at public opinion, look at the way young Republicans versus Republicans over the age of 65 approach this issue. Like right now, Israel is losing the public opinion battle in the United States of America. It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me finish this point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my attitude towards this is Israel is an ally. Like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. There are areas where we're going to have similar interests and areas where our interests are going to diverge. So my approach to this is to say, you know what? When we're partnered, great, let's work together. And we're not, let's just be honest about it. And for that, people attack me for being an anti-Semite or anti-Israel, and they don't see the writing on the wall that I'm actually just the guy advocating for a normal relationship with a normal country.
He's the most normal guy. He's the most normal guy out there, man. He's just the guy. He has the best position on this. I love that he's trying to tailor this in a way where he doesn't get too much blowback from the pro-Israel lobby because he obviously has aspirations of higher office, while simultaneously maintaining his credibility as an Israel critical guy. And it's shit or get off the pot time, buddy. Okay? That's it. And of course, he's not going to be able to walk that line. He's going to come across like these fucking annoying Democrats. Read his book before you judge. He's a changed man, a man of God. Okay. Yeah, he's like, I'm moderately in support of Israel's genocide, but not like, but also kind of critical of it.
That's based around shared interest as opposed to based around, something else. So why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that. I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that.
Yeah, he's got. Look. This stuff is not convincing at all. Okay, it's not convincing at all. It's not going to be convincing at all for many people. You don't have to be like a brilliant understander of foreign policy to recognize that this shit is untenable. Okay? Americans, by and large, do not like that Israel is receiving this level of aid, this level of financial support, and this level of political support. Americans absolutely fucking hate that Israel also gets to have a say in domestic policy. Okay? Israel gets to have a say on whether you can criticize it or not. He's hitting the Mallory McMorrow lines. He's trying to Mallory McMorrow-ify his position amongst the Republicans, knowing full well where the Republicans are going. Okay? Young Republicans are done. They're done with Israel. Okay? It's over. It's just the old base that is obviously the most reliable voting bloc, the evangelicals and the like, that are still the only group of people in this country that show support to Israel by, Democratic Congress, by Democratic Congress levels. Okay. If we're looking at, who supports Israel the most, obviously you got the old evangelicals. And then on top of that, you have Hakeem Jeffries and every other fucking Republican and most of the Democratic congressional representatives. Every single person in the Senate as well. Pretty much every single person in the Senate. So I don't even know who this is for. I guess he just wants to position himself as like Israel critical for his presidential aspirations. But I don't know how you make it out of the Republican primary with that attitude, especially given that young Republicans are not exactly they're not exactly a reliable voter bloc anyway. It's always the old Republicans that are fucking voting for the Republican Party.
Do they try to influence American politics? Yes. But like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
to the extent that Israel does,
I think some are better at it than others. I think the Israels are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only.
Oh, everybody does it, dude. Really? Everybody does it? Everybody does it? Interesting.
Only effective.
Yes, really good internal poll just came out from American Priorities from Data for Progress. I know. I will get to the Abdul poll in a second.
By any means that tries to influence American politics. I just think you have to be self-aware about it. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
But it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, that they're...
Yeah, East Timor, the worst influencer of American politics. Albanian PAC is influencing American politics big time. Estonian PAC. Nobody ever talks about how much influence the Estonia PAC wields on American foreign policy, on American domestic policy. There's no comparison, okay? You can fucking cry anti-Semitism until cows come home. Every American is aware of it. Even people who are pro-Israel are aware of the tremendous amount of power that the Israel lobby holds on not only American foreign policy, but domestic policy as well. Cat's out of the fucking bag.
There's concerns about funding. There's concerns about influence. There's concerns about whether or not politicians are, whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Well, there's certainly, I definitely get those concerns, but my sense is that the way that all foreign influence works in the United States is people try to manipulate American public opinion and then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. I mean,
okay. So this is his way of saying, no, this is how Qatar influences American politics.
say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it.
Yeah. Who could forget the tens of thousands of Americans arrested and fired for criticizing Estonia's relationship with the U.S. Please don't mention Gulf states. What? So other people who loves us as brothers, you'll snitch? What are you talking about? Yeah. Yeah, Estonia, Lithuania. What are you doing? That's crazy. She literally peeked open the door, looked outside, and was like, yeah, it's fine. Situation sufficiently monitored. Situation sufficiently monitored. Still monitoring it. Still. Kaya, what are you doing? What is actually happening? What is actually happening here? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you wagging your tail? Are you on high alert? Are you enjoying yourself? She's like, I've gotten noticed. Bro, your house is haunted? No, it's my dad is here. My dad is bringing the food. Hold on. Bir dakika geliyorum. Dur. Bu yeni aldığın soslardan ver. What is happening? Hey, get back to your place. Now that she knows how to open the door, she literally thinks it's a game. She's like, I'm unstoppable. No, I wanted the new ones, not these. There's one that's like no, they're in the other container, the brown container, two of them. I don't even know if I can have this. This is fucking fresh produce. Is this gonna make me explosive diarrhea out of my booty hole? I don't even know. Should I be worried? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Thank you. Ne bu? Peki. Okay, it's good. Is it cooked? If so, you're gonna be good. Some of it is, and some of it isn't. Why is there enough food for 3 people? Because I'm a big boy. Yeah. There's no comparison. There's no comparison between Israel and what Israel does on U.S. politics versus any other fucking country. And anyone who tries to say that that's not the case is obviously lying, but also lying in such a hilarious and easily disprovable way that most people understand that I don't even understand why you're trying to say this. Like, why are you even lying like this? You're just only destroying your credibility. What credibility you think you are trying to develop here, you're going to destroy it.
This very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's like worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country. So
what is their position? Like, are they attacking you how?
Oh, it's social media posts. It's, you know, they're leaking to reporters. They're attacking me obsessively, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran. We should just keep the military campaign going indefinitely. And that is their explicit position. And coming after me saying that, you know, people have come after me and say that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that, you know, I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson. And there's just so much bullshit out there, when what I'm actually trying to do is accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas. And like, I should be clear, you know, I don't actually mind. I don't mind that the, you know, let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, you know, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. You know, Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast. What bothers me is actually when Americans allow, meaning American leadership, allows that influence to affect their judgment and to affect what they are advocating for. That's what really bothers me. People are always going to try to influence the United States of America, whether they're allies of ours or whether they're enemies of ours. But again, when I open up the pages of Time magazine and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing.
He's talking about Brad Parscale. Former Trump administration official Brad Parscale is a now foreign registered agent for the state of Israel and is getting people in Salem Media, which is the Salem Media is the evangelical Christian media network that Scott, what's his face, the in the closet gay guy on CNN. I'm forgetting his name now. Whatever. Someone will remind me in the chat. Scott Jennings, thank you. Yeah, Time wrote about him. Trump's ex-campaign manager is running an Israeli influence operation targeting the MAGA base. His name is Brad Parscale. They're paying money to Scott, or not just Scott. Sorry, they're paying money to Salem Media Figures, the evangelical Christian media network, by way of Brad Parscale, to try and manipulate Trump supporters into being pro-Israel. And part of that network is attacking. You taught me, stimmer.
And oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways. You know, my response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even have confidence in the Democrats that are trying to present themselves as anti-Israel. So if you think I'm going to trust J.D. Vance, you're fucking delusional. I mean, Democrats are also trying to do their rat fucking operation right now. It's just that Republicans don't even need to do too much of a rat fucking operation against people who are Israel critical in their ranks, because the Israel critical people in their ranks are marginal, inconsequential. Do we have the actual time codes for when he starts talking about this Israel stuff? I want to hear just that. I don't really give a shit about anything else. Peter Thiel. Hey, JD, go check on the DMT guy. Peter Thiel Experience. That's actually kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome that there's that there are a shit ton of people who are knowledgeable of JD Vance's Peter Thiel blood boy status. Is Joe Rogan a good guy? Fuck no, dude. I mean, he's mostly from 120, like 1 hour and 20 minutes in.
Aneurysms
towards this man. All of these things are happening in the context of the broader negotiation over the nuclear program. You never know where this is ultimately going to end up, but that's where we are. And then can I just say one other thing about this? Because there are people, you know, you see Mike Pence, who's sort of a super hawk, my predecessor, who say this. There are people who are super hawkish in the American system, who have attacked the deal and frankly, in some ways have tried to derail the deal. And what I always say to those people is, what is your proposal? What is your actual argument? So just take the Strait of Hormuz, like the narrowest, but in some ways the most important part of this back and forth right now. Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway. To the extent you shut it down, you shut down 25% of the world's energy supply, okay? Joe, you could take $100,000 and go buy a bunch of drones on the black market and post yourself on an island in the Strait of Hormuz or near it, and you could fire drones at those ships, okay?
Oh, wow. Look at that. J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance talking about how to do terrorism. Get his ass, Laura Loomer. This was a big fucking attack against me from the Canary mission. That I was teaching people how to do terrorism for verbatim explaining this exact same thing that he's saying. Laura Loomer wanted me to go to Gitmo for this.
Now, what does that mean? Some oil and gas is still going to get out because some ships and some ship captains are going to say, screw you. Now, the United States can help that, right? We can shoot down some of those drones. We can shoot down some of those missiles. And so we can facilitate the flow of traffic. But the people who are like, you cannot negotiate with the Iranians, the reason why that's fundamentally idiotic is because so long as you have some person who's willing to fire off a few cheap drones, you're going to have some ship captains who say, no, we're not willing to do this. So we got to kind of use all tools at our disposal. The military is one tool, but diplomacy is another tool. And I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who are like, you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. Well, then what is your proposal to get people to stop shooting at ships in the Strait of Hormuz? You can bomb them. You can take away their radar. You can take away some of their drones and some of their missiles, but it's just too easy to fire at ships in the straits. So you've got to actually be willing to talk and to try to figure out the problem.
What is their proposal, the people that think you shouldn't negotiate with Iran?
I think that their proposal is to bomb and bomb and bomb. And the honest view, Joe, is that they do not actually have a solution. If you actually ask them, what do you want us to do? What is the goal that you're trying to achieve? They'll say things like, we'll just bomb them to oblivion. Okay, we can do that. We can drop a lot of bombs, but what does that accomplish if there's still a crazy person who's still unwilling to shoot a few drones at the Strait of Hormuz? What the president has done, I think very, very capably, is said, we're going to use military force in this situation when it's connected to something we're trying to achieve. So if you shoot at ships, we're going to shoot at the facilities at which you used to shoot at the ships. But we're not just going to do something open-ended indefinitely. We're not just going to bomb and bomb and bomb. We're going to try to use our military force as one of the many tools that we have to solve the problem. And obviously,
It's so funny that he's having this conversation with Joe Rogan when he should be having this conversation with Donald Trump, the fucking president. Because obviously he's here to do this good cop, bad cop shit, right? Oh, I'm in favor of a ceasefire. I'm trying my very best, but there's outside forces that are stopping me. A big part of the reason why he's saying this also is because he wants to run for president. Okay? He knows where the winds are blowing, and he wants to get ahead of it. But the problem is, when you're saying this shit, I think this video unfairly characterized you and Mike in relation to Plattner. I don't care, man. Please. This is from the 10th of July. Please, I don't want to discuss Graham Plattner any longer, okay? The question I have for you is, do you find this to be a productive conversation to have right now? It's fine. I don't care. Yes, I love Graham Plattner. I want him to be president. I actually hand-selected him. And I saw all of his Reddit posts, and I was like, that's my fucking guy. Okay? That's my guy. That's my guy. That's my favorite guy. I'm his dad. I'm his son. Okay? Clip it, ship it. I found him.
biased, but I think that's exactly the right approach. I actually, you have to read between the lines a little bit, because if you look at what Mike Pence or some of the conservative hawks, like people who voted for us but have been very critical of me, very critical of the administration, if you actually look at what they're proposing, they just want the military campaign to go on forever, and they can't actually identify what it is that they're trying to accomplish. None of them can identify what it is they're trying to accomplish. And I read two things between the lines. I think some of them want us to accomplish a complete change in the government of Iran, to topple the clerics and to replace those clerics with somebody who's, much friendlier. But look, what is our experience with doing that? It's
not
awful.
good.
It's
Yeah.
not good, right? And so, if the Iranian people want to rise up and change their government,
bro, this reads as him dunking on Trump. I know that Republicans have tremendous cognitive dissonance for the most part, and they don't think that Trump is capable of doing anything wrong, and therefore he can just basically unload into Trump, and yet most people will assume he's not talking about Trump. But this is literally just him campaigning against Donald Trump and the way that Trump has handled the crisis that he started.
that's up to them. But we're not going to send 150,000 ground troops in order to accomplish a change in a regime unless the people on the ground themselves want to accomplish that outcome. Now, we're not going to send the troops in regardless, but to propose sending in the troops, you're basically saying that the U.S. military should do the job for the Iranian people. We're not in that business anymore. We're just not. And then I think a second outcome that people are, whether they're aware of it or not, is what I call the Libya outcome. So if you look at the end result of our Libya policy after Gaddafi was killed by the Obama administration, by the way, again, a very stupid decision, what happened? Libya basically turned into a failed state. You had a refugee crisis. You had people pouring into Europe, pouring into other parts of Asia, other parts of Africa. You had a lot of violence, a lot of terrorism come from that. I do think that there are people who would like that to be the outcome in Iran. But then I say, again, what is in our interest? How is it in the United States' interest to have 94 million desperate people flood?
Okay, that's a good point. Someone said, but that's already smarter than Kamala Harris's tactics after being handed the nomination. Ironically enough, if Kamala Harris did this as vice president, Trump would not be president right now. If any of you and Mike gave a characterization of the video when it was reviewed in another stream, I just wanted you guys to have a chance to counter. I don't care. Dude, stop. It doesn't matter. Okay, I already know there's a contingency of those on the left who want to do their I told you so's. Let them do their I told you so's. There are plenty of smart, capable, and constructive criticisms coming from individuals who I had very open disagreements with on the issue. At this point, it's done. We've discussed it endlessly. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, dude. Please. I don't want to fucking ban you. I thought I was being charitable by being like, nobody cares. And you're still trying to explain to me why it's important. Let it go. We've moved on to actual campaigns that I am working with, okay? Unlike the one that I had nothing to fucking do with. We're moving on to actual campaigns of senators, governors, and congressional representatives that actually want to do an arms embargo on Israel. Okay? Pay close attention to those who still think this issue is the most relevant issue when there's $50 million being dumped into the Abdul El Sayed race in Michigan, 30 of which is coming from AIPAC. If those guys are still talking about Graham fucking Plattner after the rape allegations came out, after the campaign died and it cratered and everybody fucking unendorsed them, then that means they just want fucking drama. They want to continue talking about drama. Like, we've moved on. Who cares? If they want to live there, we can live there. Or if they want to live there, they can live there. We don't have to live there.
flooding into Europe, flooding into the United States, to have, you know, sort of the terrorist infrastructure that can get established when you fan terrorists all over the world. We've run this experiment before. And so our policy right now, what we're trying to accomplish is get the straits open, ensure the free flow of oil and gas. Obviously, we want to keep the Iranians from having a nuclear weapons program, and using the tools of diplomacy and military power to accomplish that.
And Libya failing and the collapse of Libya is a lot of what's fueled the migrant crisis in Europe as well, correct?
Exactly. That in Syria, another failed state that was created by bad Middle Eastern policy. So there is precedent for the United States doing this. Every time that it has happened, it's caused a refugee crisis, it's caused a spike in terrorism, and it's also, not incidentally to the moral considerations, it's led to a lot of innocent civilian deaths.
Now, what was the talk about? I think the number was like $300 billion in concessions to Iran to rebuild. And
yeah, so this is another just bullshit argument that the critics made against the deal. And again, like just to back up a little bit, this is my own little hobby horse, but look, the coalition that Donald Trump piloted to the 2024 election campaign, it was a landslide. We won 7 states. It was historic. Nobody, certainly no Republican.
Marginal victory, by the way, regardless, on a fucking on an economy election where everyone was screaming bloody murder about the economy. Marginal victory. It was not a mandate. I guess the only thing that was unprecedented was the fact that Republicans won the overall vote for once. First time in a long time, folks. First time since 2004. Big deal. That's a big deal.
And had actually led a coalition like that, at least since the days of Ronald Reagan. So like literally before I was alive.
Which once again, in 2000, they didn't win the majority.
Live. Okay. So Donald Trump wins this great coalition. And look, it's got hawks and it's got people who hate foreign wars. Okay. It's got people like you and people like Tucker. It's also got people like Mark Levin and others. Okay. I just accept that as a reality. That's part of the coalition. I don't say that anybody is welcome or unwelcome. I say that if you're willing to sort of help us, you're going to get a lot what you want. You don't get everything that you want. What has really annoyed me about the hawkish side of this thing is they attack any effort to negotiate. They attack the president. They attack me personally. Donald Trump is betraying me. Well, wait a second. If you want to have like a hawkish policy towards Iran, the idea that Donald Trump has betrayed you because he's also trying to negotiate to get a good outcome for the American people is crazy. And so you've seen a lot of these people completely flip on him, and that brings me to the $300 billion point. What we did with the MOU is we actually worked not just with the Iranians, but with the Gulf Arab states.
What is the term MOU? What does it stand for?
Memorandum of Understanding. It's the basic structure that we set up for the negotiation. So what happened here is, okay, so people sort of think of the Middle East as like Iran versus Israel. I think a lot of people do. There's also a massive number of Gulf states that are really important, good allies to the United States. You know, they and Israel don't always see eye to eye, but we're obviously very close to both Israel and to the Gulf states. And the Gulf states actually came to us and said, you know what? If the Iranians are really willing to change their behavior, we'd like to invest in rebuilding their country. Now, whether they change their behavior is something that's going to be determined over the long term, right? We want to see real changes. We want to see them to stop funding terrorist organizations. And also, of course, none of that money comes from the United States.
Yeah. Here's why this wishy-washy in between the lines bullshit doesn't work, because Donald Trump ripped apart the JCPOA. Donald Trump is literally Israel's biggest blood boy. Donald Trump is as big as a blood boy to Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel as J.D. Vance is to Peter Thiel. So obviously, it doesn't fucking matter what you say because he's done everything that you're currently being critical of. And it's weird because this interview is not taking place during the MOU. This interview is being released right now. which means that you know what Trump is saying and doing. Last night he went on Fox News and said the war continues. We're going to keep pummeling. We're going to keep destroying Iran. We're going to keep doing it. It's unbelievably inconsistent. But it also makes me wonder, like, who is this for? Who is this for? What Republican watches this and goes, yep, this makes sense to me? Yeah, I hate guys. I love Trump, but I hate guys that are pummeling Iran and don't want to do diplomacy.
But if Iran's biggest enemies in the region are saying, we'd like to invest if they've changed their behavior, would the United States let us? Would we release the sanctions that would make it possible for the UAE and Saudi Arabia and other countries to invest in Iran? Our attitude was, well, isn't that a victory for us? If Iran's biggest enemies see that they have changed themselves so much that they're willing to invest in the Iranian economy, isn't that like the definition of a win-win? And then you had all these people saying, no, you can't give them $300 billion. It's like, we're not talking about giving them
The King Roach is glazing this interview. Yeah, but the King Roach is also talking about Lindsey Graham being the GOAT. So I don't know what chip he has downloaded today. He's pro JD Vance, but also pro Lindsey Graham. Like, none of it makes sense. But I guess it doesn't really matter because none of these guys have a consistent position here. They're not, they're not attacking the issue from a principled stance. They're all just a sequence of different grifters. Also, there's the other side of this, which is Asmongold is very stupid. And I think it's really funny that a lot of people don't realize that, don't recognize that, or don't in some way, shape, or form, like, add that into their calculus. Like, he's just fucking dumb, man. That's it.
$300 billion. We're talking about letting other countries invest in Iran if Iran has changed the way that it treats the Gulf Arab countries. It's fundamentally between them, meaning the Iranians, and the Gulf Arab countries. So there's this line in the MOU that basically says that if Iran meets all of its obligations, then we will permit other countries to invest in Iran. That's it. And that, like, again, the Hawks attacked us and misrepresented this and lied about it and said the Trump administration is going to give the Iranians $300 billion. And it's totally fake. It's completely made up. And it was done purely in order to politically tank the negotiation. So there's been this interesting dynamic here where, as we've been trying to negotiate, there have been these extraordinarily well-funded efforts to tank the negotiation, to prevent us from reaching a deal, to change American public opinion, which, by the way, if you look at the public opinion, people love the idea of actually getting to a final resolution on this thing. Americans they're not game for long-term, open-ended regime change wars in the Middle East. They're okay with us using the military to accomplish discrete objectives. They're not okay with open-ended obligations.
What do you think the motivation of the Hawks is? Do you think this is? Are they influenced by defense contractors? Are they what's the reason why they're so keen on continuing to bomb?
I think with any big group of people, you have a diversity of opinions. So sure, I'm sure that. You have people who are influenced by defense contractors. There's a lot of talk about how much is the Israeli government influencing American politics, and there are certainly certain people within the Israeli government who hate the deal, and we see exact evidence. There was a Times story that came out yesterday that basically there are certain.
All right, we saw this. We watched this already.
I take my march by explicit position, and coming after me saying that. People have come after me and say that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that, I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson. And there's just so much bullshit out there when what I'm actually trying to do is accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas. And like, I should be clear,
Yeah. This coming right after Donald Trump said Iran are scumbags and cannot be negotiated with. makes this conversation all the more funnier. Of course, Joe Rogan is not a capable vessel to have this conversation. He can't just be like, well, Trump said last night that Iranians can't be dealt with. Like everything you've described so far, Trump verbatim said last night. Like, are you at odds with Trump?
Like, I don't actually mind. I don't mind that let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of.
Yeah. Oh, it's just the name of the game, man. Everybody does it. All right.
That's what we're of ours or whether they're enemies of ours. But again,
we've heard this already. I already responded to this. There is no country that comes close to the level of influence that Israel has. There's no special relationship with another country that comes close to the special relationship that we have with Israel. And this is so matter of fact that the average American is aware of it. The level that influence has over American foreign policy and American domestic policy is so perverse, is so flagrant that the average American understands it. The problem, however, I guess if you're, someone who's anti-genocide or an anti-Zionist but not an anti-Semite, the problem is, how do we communicate this to people and help them understand that this has nothing to do with Judaism? Well, because every single person that defends Israel's special relationship immediately ties it back to Judaism, says Israel's the Jewish state, and that you're anti-Semitic if you actually have any criticisms of Israel. It's virtually impossible to separate the two things. Although I try all the time, they still call me a fucking anti-Semite. So it's very cooked.
When I open up the page,
how can you talk about politics when Schumer University is on? I'm 35 years old.
Pages of Time magazine, and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing. And oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways. My response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first, and that's the way that I've tried to do this job. And Joe, the crazy thing is, I'm like, people don't realize this. I'm actually in this, there's this massive pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate in the United States of America. I'm like the reasonable moderate. And I think that's what so many people don't realize is, I've been accused of being an anti-Semite. I've been accused
for what reason?
Quite literally I've been accused of trying to, I guess some people say that I've insulted the Jewish religion, which is insane. I have a ton of respect for the.
Yeah. We covered this part too. He's talking about disrespecting Israel.
Young Republicans versus Republicans over the age of 65 approach this issue. Right now, Israel is losing the public opinion battle in the United States of America. It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me finish this point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my attitude towards this is Israel is an ally. Like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. There are areas where we're going to have similar interests and areas where our interests are going to diverge. So my approach to this is to say, you know what? When we're partnered, great, let's work together. And we're not, let's just be honest about it. And for that, people attack me for being an anti-Semite or anti-Israel, and they don't see the writing on the wall that I'm.
I wonder if there's any way to exploit the friction between J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as who will be the torchbearer of the MAGA movement, who will carry the MAGA movement next. I wonder if there's any way to exploit that on Cuba. Because Marco Rubio is obviously spearheading the Cuba initiatives, and J.D. Vance is supposed to be this anti-interventionist, I just don't think he's a genuine person. So I don't know if that's even exploitable, but could be a really interesting angle to even get some kind of friction, to even get some kind of difference in communication. But I don't know.
Actually just the guy advocating for a normal relationship with a normal country that's based around shared interest as opposed to based around, something else. So
yeah, Marco getting Venezuela and Cuba while he gets Iran, yeah, that's terrible for him. If you put yourself in the shoes of Mr. Hillbilly Elegy for a moment and try not to kill yourself, you will realize that Donald Trump is cooking J.D. Vance right now. This is janitorial duties, okay? He's picking up shit. Just like Joe Biden put Kamala Harris on border patrol. Kamala Harris had to do border-related shit. That's where this beautiful...
Do not come.
That's where this came from, okay? When you get put on sanitation duty, when you get put on dookie duty, it's very clear that the president doesn't give a shit about your chances of becoming the next president. As a matter of fact, they're doing it on purpose. They're trying to get you to not be president. J.D. Vance was put on sanitation duty. Marco Rubio, on the other hand, has the pristine and perfect, easy to accomplish goals as the head of the State Department. Don Road Doctrine stuff is super easy to accomplish because we've dominated Latin America for a century. Okay? So I'm sure J.D. Vance is aware of this. So if he wants to be president, it would be good for him to attack from a consistent anti-interventionist framework. It would be good for him to attack Marco Rubio and all of his initiatives in Cuba that are utterly unnecessary and very cruel and will not actually yield any positive, positives for the American economy. Someone should get this over to Tucker Carlson, who could potentially get this over to J.D. Vance.
Why is Israel losing? Why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that.
I super disagree with you in that. I mean, think about the negative consequences as far as like unlimited migration and a refugee crisis that we will create in Havana. That's another way to maybe stop this military operation, to be like, oh, do you want 9 million Cubans swimming to the Miami shores? Because that's what's going to fucking happen if you start blowing up the country.
That narrative. I mean, I actually think that do they try to influence American politics? Yes. But like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
to the extent that Israel does,
I think some are better at it than others. I think the Israelis are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only effective country by any means.
Like Joe Rogan is the dumbest guy we know, and he's even like, to the extent that Israel manipulates American elections, and has an unbelievable influential capabilities over American domestic affairs? Of course not. Nothing comes close. So even the dumbest guy knows.
Tries to influence American politics. I just think you have to be self-aware about it. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
But it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, that there's concerns about funding, there's concerns about influence, there's concerns about whether or not politicians are...
Joe Rogan's a little bit anti-Semitic. His critics come from there. Dude. At this point, he is probably one of the least anti-Semitic right-wing podcasters, so you know, like in comparison to Nick Fuentes, who Joe Rogan is a fan of. He's far less anti-Semitic than the average Republican independent media guy. Republican independent media is just two camps now. One that denies the Holocaust and wants it to happen again, and one that's like kind of skeptical that the number is 6 million and wouldn't mind if it happened again. That's Republican independent media at this point. Okay? Joe Rogan is on the side where he's like, oh, I'm not going to like say anything about the Holocaust, but like, you know, Jews are controlling the media, right? Like that's where Joe Rogan is, which is probably the least anti-Semitic Republican podcaster you can fucking find. And then, sorry, I forgot, there's a third camp of Republicans. Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Scott, I keep forgetting his fucking name. Oh my God, the CNN guy, Salem Media, the evangelical right-wingers that are super pro-Israel. Scott Jennings. So there's three different camps. There's like the Holocaust enjoyers, the Holocaust skeptics, and also the people who are currently supporting the ongoing Holocaust of the Palestinians and Arabs broadly in the region. That is the three different camps broadly. The problem for many of these people, especially on the third camp, is that they don't really have a constituency. Their constituency is aging out. They're dying. They don't even watch independent media all that much. They watch Fox News for the most part. They're all fucking 65 plus years old. And that's why you see Ben Shapiro suffer tremendously.
Whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Well, there's certainly, like, I definitely get those concerns, but my sense is that the way that all foreign influence works in the United States is people try to manipulate American public opinion, and then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. I mean, this thing is a very good example of this. So, you know, like we know, I'm telling you, beyond a reasonable doubt, we know that the negotiation strategy that the president has asked us to pursue, and again, with limitations, like when the Iranians hit ships, the president has been willing to knock the hell out of the Iranians in response. This is not just a negotiation. It's negotiation, it's military, it's all these things. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to like actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign. And by the way, like there are people within their government that I love, I have good relationships with. I hope, and I don't think that they're part of this. I mean, you know, the ambassador of Israel to the United States, I think is actually a really good guy. Obviously, he cares about Israel first. I care about America first. But there are some people within their system we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again, not towards any objective, but just indefinitely. So like, does it happen? Yes. But I guess what I would say to the Americans who sort of see this and are frustrated by it, my attitude would be you should be frustrated at American leaders who are, you know, persuaded by this, affected by this. Countries are going to do what countries do. I really don't. It doesn't bother me that Qatar tries to influence the United States of America, and they do. I like a lot of the Qatar.
Dog, what the fuck are you saying? This is like when I get a Democratic rep on and I'm like, do you believe that Hamas deserves an Iron Dome? And they say yes. It's awesome. It's my favorite thing. When a guy is trying to be like, well, everybody influences American policy, like the Qataris, and I love it. It's like, dude, just say Israel's influential and it's bad. Why would you fucking say it's awesome that Qatar is also influencing American politics? That's so dumb. Because guess what? Now you pissed off everybody. The pro-Israel side went, see, he admitted it. Qatar is actually the puppet master behind American decision-making. Okay? And they're pissed off. Most people are going to be like, dog, there is no level of control that Qatar has over American policy in comparison to fucking Israel. The overwhelming majority of people think you're stupid for saying this. Okay? You didn't win anybody over. Everybody thinks you're wrong for this statement. People look at this and go, I don't want any country influencing American politics. I want Americans to influence American politics. What the fuck are you saying? Which is the normal position, right? This is a level of like moral consistency that you can only arrive at if you only talk to DC people and you have decided that you have this like very strange attitude, very strange outlook on how people look to foreign nations and the level of influence that they have over American politics. Nah, that's where you're wrong. Most Americans are thinking, what's a Qatar?
Is just like I like a lot of the Israelis. It doesn't bother me that Israel tries to do this. It frankly doesn't even bother me that Russia or
This is like the 8th time, for the record, that he has brought this up to be like, well, you know, everybody controls the American flow of everyone has a level of influence and control over American politics. I mean, come on, dude.
The other countries do it. It's just the nature of being a political leader in 2026. What does bother me is when those operations, those influence campaigns actually affect American political judgment, because they shouldn't. Because we should be thinking what is in the best interest of the United States of America.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean, I certainly think that there are a lot of talking points and there are a lot of arguments that make their way into American political discourse. I think there are a lot of social media campaigns that definitely influence Americans and affect Americans. Do I think that it's been dispositive on any particular issue? Like, I think that's a much more difficult question.
Do you think that we would have started this war in Iran without the influence of Israel?
I think the president, completely separate from any influence from Israel, believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
Nah, you see, Joe, he just loves. It's a special place in his heart. Oh my God, Joe, remember how to be a good interviewer? This is the one thing he locks in on. I like that. Look, for years and years as the #1 Joe Rogan head, I've always talked about how Joe operates, right? Joe is very malleable. Joe will agree with everything that his guest is saying. That's why he's such a good interviewer in general, because he is. He's a fairly interesting interviewer, and if he has interesting people on, then it's like actually a fun conversation. However, there are certain things that he hyperfixates on. The only time, as the Joe Rogan Whisperer, the only time where I've ever heard Joe push back on guests is when it comes to weed and when it comes to like DMT and stuff, right? And last but not least, after COVID, when it came to vaccines and you know, COVID related shit. Okay. Nowadays, Joe Rogan has added a third or fourth thing to his rotation, which is Israel's influence over American politics. Okay. Oh, the other one was trans athletes. That's right. Trans athletes. That's another one. He will always debate his guests on trans athletes, weed, and vaccines, right? Even his friends, like long-term friends. He will argue endlessly on. So now he's got another thing, which is Israel. It's clear. That's why he's not giving up on this Israel shit, where he's like, well, don't you think it's like a lot of influence? Which is very funny.
But
he was willing to do things.
Bombed them in June, right? That was the initial attack, right?
June of last year.
Yeah.
Midnight Hammer, yeah.
Right. Do you think he would have continued with the most recent campaign if it wasn't for the influence of Israel?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do. Yeah. Look,
Why
I mean, I think again, and I see this, and I see it even from people that are in our coalition, and this would be my flip side to the hawks who have been attacking me or the president mercilessly over negotiation. I would sort of turn this back on some of the doves or some of the realists who have been attacking the president of the United States.
The doves? Those are the peace people?
Peace people.
That's what you call them, the
hawks
doves?
And doves. You never heard that phrase?
I've heard hawks. I've heard hawks. I don't think I've ever heard doves.
Hawks and
I'm not going to say anything. It's fine. He doesn't know peaceful doves. That doesn't determine how dumb he is. This guy's one of the top minds in American politics, man.
And pigeons, hawks, and I don't know.
I think it's more doves is peace,
doves
right?
is good, right? So what I think a lot of people, I've heard this argument, is this idea that Donald Trump, was sort of, I've even heard people say he was blackmailed into this.
Yeah,
by
a
the
lot
Israelis.
of people think that.
That's not true, dude.
No?
It's just not true. I've seen the decision making up close. Again, whether you agree or disagree with our negotiation, or whether you agree or disagree with the decision to launch the campaign Epic Fury to begin with, the idea that Donald Trump is being blackmailed is crazy to me. Because again, I see the way that he makes decisions. I see the way that he processes this stuff. Like the idea that he picks up the phone with anybody and says, hey, I'm going to take orders from you. No, that's just not how Donald Trump operates.
Can you understand, though, why people would come to that conclusion, especially because of the Epstein files?
What do you mean?
Well, the Epstein files.
Oh, my God. Okay, I take back everything I said. I take back everything I said about Joe Rogan. This is turning out to be one of the best interviews I've ever watched JD Vance take. Oh my God. He's so one note on this Israel shit that low-key he's like, well, don't you think it's reasonable for people to think that Israel has tremendous levels of control over American politics because there's a pedophilia blackmail ring that all of our societal elites are a part of? Boom! Good luck groiping your way out of that one, JD. Let's see how he weasels out of this.
Were supposed to be released. And there was a tremendous.
CNN wouldn't ask this. Are you kidding me? Jake Tapper would drone strike whoever the fuck dare make a connection between Epstein and Israel. Jake Tapper would send a fucking Shahed drone to your house if you did that and you were on the CNN payroll.
Amount of resistance to those files being released, and that concerned a lot of people, because if you're talking about very wealthy, powerful people that were engaged.
I take it back. I'm back on the Joe Rogan Experience tip. That's awesome, dude. The follow-ups
engaged in crimes.
I see. So you're basically saying the fear is that whatever's in the Epstein files was used to blackmail the administration into doing the Iran thing.
Or at the very least, the people that were involved in the Epstein files that didn't want them coming out had undue influence.
Well, again, say this with all candor, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think the reason we screwed up the comms of the Epstein files is one, Pam Bondi said the client list is on my desk, right?
Well, they had binders. They were 100%.
This is such an indefensible position. So good luck. Good fucking luck to JD here. Okay. Yeah. How do you explain this stuff? I mean, this is such a perfect story for Joe because it's conspiracy theories, many of which are not even theories. It's just real crimes. And it does tie back to Israel and he knows it. So he's just why won't the Epstein files be released?
Right. But those binders were largely documents that had already been released, right? So let me try to defend.
Purpose?
Dude, look at this. What is happening? Hey, yo. What the fuck? Joe's no, let's stay on this. Let's follow up. Let's
formative display.
Dude, he fucking wait, what? Look at him.
Let me try to
what was the
defend.
Purpose of that performance?
Cook, Joe. Cook. I'm back on the Joe Rogan Experience tip. Look, and he knows it too. He went, got him.
Display of the Epstein files. And she was saying there's tens of thousands of hours of film.
I don't know what the purpose of it was, but I know that the effect of it was to make people mistrust the entire effort. And what I think was happening, look, I know Pam, I like Pam. I don't think there was anything malicious going on. I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. And I think that she, got roasted for it publicly.
No, this is, by the way, the reason why Joe is not giving up on this is because, like I said, this is one of his hyperfixations. It literally is right in the wheelhouse of conspiracy theories and stuff like that too. So this is one of Joe's new hyperfixations. So obviously he's like, so yeah, what do you mean? Like, so why did Pam Bondi fuck that up? We found our new 60 Minutes correspondent. Are you kidding me? Again, Larry Ellison would drone strike Joe Rogan.
By a lot of people, including me. Like, you and I have talked about this a lot. I'm like one of the OG Epstein conspiracy theorists. I've probably gone down every single rabbit hole. We could go down most of them today. Look, the original sin of the Epstein investigation, and obviously I'm biased here, but it was not what Donald Trump and the administration did in 2025. It was, you have to go back to 2007, 2008. The original Alex Acosta investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, where he basically dropped the federal charges. I think Epstein ended up getting prosecuted on some sort of local thing. But the original warrant, you go to the original warrant back in 2008, what was he looking for? What was he allowed to look for? What were they collecting? It was not looking at a broader conspiracy. So that happens, okay? Epstein gets pinched. I think he goes to prison, or maybe this is when he was on house arrest. But like anything that existed from the 80s and 90s up to 2006, 2007, anything that existed that we didn't get back then was disappeared, right? So like when people say, has what you've seen on the inside make you think that that Epstein never blackmailed people or that Epstein never engaged in broader sex trafficking? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, there's something really funny about like the entire Epstein saga is that like almost all of it happened under Donald Trump. Like the most consequential parts about Epstein getting pinched again, and even down to the guy who gave him a sweetheart plea bargain, Alexander Acosta was Trump's labor secretary at the time and had to literally resign from his job at the time because everyone was like, wait a minute, why the fuck is Trump's labor secretary the South Florida prosecutor that gave Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart plea deal? What the fuck is happening? So that happened under Trump. And then all of this stuff is now happening under Trump too. How can you be an Epstein truther in any way, shape, or form and then be a Trump guy, JD?
What I have seen, and I've looked at most of the files, is that there just wasn't dispositive evidence. And if that dispositive evidence ever existed, it was probably destroyed after 2006, 2007. Now, like again, in our defense, yes, was there some bitching and moaning, and was there some back and forth? Yes, but
it's always. It wasn't while he was labor secretary. Alexander Acosta was labor secretary while Epstein went back to prison. What do you mean? Yes, he was. Alex Acosta was Trump's labor secretary. Under Bush Jr.? No, dog. When Jeffrey Epstein went to prison the first time, he got a sweetheart plea deal. The prosecutor overseeing that case that offered him that sweetheart plea deal was Alexander Acosta. At the time, he was a South Florida prosecutor. Then he continued on with his career, okay? And he was elevated to being Trump's labor secretary in the first term. So the second time Jeffrey Epstein was popped and went to prison, the labor secretary was Alexander Acosta, and he had to resign from his position. What are you guys talking about? Oh, okay. You originally made it seem like the Acosta deal was while Acosta was secretary. No, I didn't make it seem like that at all. As a matter of fact, I said there was a South Florida prosecutor who gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart plea deal. His name was Alexander Acosta, who then became Trump's labor secretary years later. I did not do that.
He eventually collected 6 million documents as part of the effort. The president, people say the president was forced into releasing the documents. Like, again, the idea that Donald Trump could not have killed that legislation, especially with the United States Senate, is a joke. He absolutely could have killed it. What did he do? He actually said, nope, we're going to release these files. He thought, you know, he was annoyed by the story. He was annoyed by the Democrats accusing him of doing things bad. By the way, like, do I think there is I've never seen a single piece of credible evidence that the President of the United States engaged in wrongdoing with minors, ever. So, like, when the president says the hoax.
This is dog. The president literally had numerous, now public, closed-door private meetings at the time with members in his caucus that he tried to actively threaten or convince to vote against the Epstein file revelations. He did that shit. Okay? So the idea that he didn't try to engineer the situation to stop the release of these files is nonsense. Okay? If Joe really means it, he'll ask about Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, that too.
That's what he's talking about, is this Democratic idea that he somehow was a pedophile. It's absurd. There's no evidence for it. Now, the Epstein law gets signed. We find 6 million documents. We find out 3 million of them are actually responsive, has something to do with the Epstein estate. We release all of them, with the exception of a few things that are like, you know, the courts have said that we have to redact certain things or we can't release certain files. But, like, we did release all these files. Did it take longer than it should have taken? Yes. But we did release these files. And again, the problem here is not, like, anything that's in the files or not in the files. The problem is, if you go back to the original investigation, it was designed in a way that was way too narrow. If there was a...
Oh, so a previous administration fucked up the investigation. Got it. So why are there still millions of files that are unreleased? Why is that the case?
Broader conspiracy. And you know, my view is that there probably was. The evidence that existed in 2007... that was the opportunity to get
So
it.
when you say there probably was a broader conspiracy, what exactly are you saying?
I think there are a few different options. I mean, look, man, I like you and I could literally do 2 episodes about this. I've gone on down to every rabbit hole. There's this funny New York Times story that's somewhat true, somewhat false, but where Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, says, well, we know JD's a conspiracy theorist on this. Like, I am, actually. I've gone down every rabbit hole here. Look, so there's the theory that whether it was American intel or foreign intel, that Epstein was sort of using sort of the sex ring to blackmail rich and powerful people. There's that piece of it. You know, I think there's a separate conspiracy that hasn't gotten covered as much, which is that Epstein actually, okay, if you go back to the original Epstein guy was Les Wexner, okay, who Columbus, Ohio, was the wealthiest person in Ohio, maybe still is the wealthiest person in the state of Ohio. The thing that everybody in Columbus, I lived there for a time, knew about the Wexner-Epstein relationship is that Epstein was his tax guy.
He's the best tax guy. He's a numbers guy. That's what it is. Jeffrey Epstein, best tax guy around. Okay? People don't understand how good he is. This guy was doing magic with the taxes. That's why randomly Les Wexner gave power of attorney over to this random fucking dickhead. Yeah. That's what it is. That's what happened.
That Epstein was like the genius at identifying weird tax strategies that would allow you to not have to pay taxes, but if you were being a little skeptical, would also say that it would allow Epstein to either blackmail people or to have a separate nexus of influence and control on rich and powerful people. And so I think there's an underreported, underexplored story of was Epstein like doing a lot of tax stuff that was not on the up and up, and is that one way in which he gained blackmail? It's not opposite of the sexual blackmail story, but in some ways it's you know, you could imagine both things being true. I also just think there's an element of he was a scumbag. He was a very sick person. He built relationships with a lot of other rich and powerful people who just didn't have any real moral judgment about the fact the guy was obviously a scumbag. And again, to go back to defending Donald Trump, I know people don't want to hear this these days, but like, who was the guy? People say Donald Trump's blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. Who was the guy who narked on Epstein to the Palm Beach police? That's in the Epstein files.
Right.
It was Donald Trump.
He also kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. It's just, again,
well, it's obvious that Epstein was a sick man.
Yes, but if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty. We did mishandle, especially the communications of it.
What do you think should have been done?
I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning. And like, obviously it takes a little time to review the stuff, to find the stuff, to redact things where you have victims and so forth. But we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
But some of the stuff that was redacted, some of the names that were redacted weren't victims.
So, yeah, I've looked into this, and my understanding of this, having looked at a lot of this, but not all of it, is that it is sometimes hard to draw a distinction between victim and co-conspirator. And like, let me highlight this in a very sort of obvious way. Ro Khanna, who's been one of the loudest voices on the Epstein file. Well, he became very loud on the Epstein files the minute Donald Trump became president, didn't seem to care about it during the Biden administration. He actually brought one of the Epstein victims, I think, to the State of the Union last year, or maybe it was the year before last. Well, like, that victim, and I'm not saying she wasn't a victim. I don't know anything about her particular case. She was also listed as a co-conspirator in some of these documents. Right, so there's an idea that some of the people who were engaged in the sex trafficking were also, facilitating it as well. So
they were incentivized to get more girls.
Yeah, but yes, that's right. But the idea is that it's hard to sort of, it's sometimes a little bit of a gray area between, some of the people who were alleged victims were also alleged co-conspirators.
You know who's not? I like that he's literally like, some of these victims also did fucked up things. But you know who definitely didn't? My big, beautiful president, who's mentioned in the Epstein files up and down a million times over, who tried to stop it from being released. He's actually so perfect. This motherfucker will blame everybody, including the victims, before he just says, yeah, it is a little suspicious that Trump is all over this shit. That's so awesome. Actually, Joe, the only Jeffrey Epstein victim is not the children, is not the women. It's actually Donald Trump. And that's a brave take that no one wants to say. The only person who was ever victimized by Jeffrey Epstein happens to be the president now. His name is Donald Trump. Yeah. Thanks, man. That sounds awesome. Like, This reminds me of this is not dissimilar in some ways to trying to constantly fucking tie back Israel to Judaism, right? Where it is virtually impossible at this point to try to get people to look at the Epstein files, look at the Epstein situation, and then be like, well, Trump is actually infallible. He looks really good in all of this. Like, it's just not going to happen. Okay? It's just not going to happen. You did it. You fucking literally constantly ran on releasing the Epstein files and all this stuff. So how the fuck do you think you're going to get away with it now? It just doesn't make any sense. You've tied it. You've tied those two things inseparably to one another. And Trump himself tied himself to the Epstein files inseparably. It just doesn't, you're making your own job more difficult. You might as well just move on and try to talk about other shit and hope that people don't fucking pair these two things together or forget about it. Okay? I cannot believe he fucking said that Donald Trump is the only infallible victim of Jeffrey Epstein, pretty much. Even the victims, well, they themselves did some crimes.
And so what DOJ tried to do was kind of make that judgment as best they could and release as much as possible.
But it's clear that he was trying.
Like, there is no shot. Okay, also, here's the other side of the story, which, not great for people who want to defend Israel. The other side of the story is that there are a lot of connections to Israel with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? And not only that, but a lot of people already have this suspicion that American politicians are being blackmailed by Israel. Joe Rogan brought it up earlier. That's the reason why he's having this conversation about the Epstein files, because in his mind and in the minds of everyone that's like paying attention to this, he's trying to make the connective tissue between Israel and the unfathomable amount of influence they have, tying it back to Jeffrey Epstein. The average person at this point in the United States of America that pays like half attention to any of this shit thinks that the Epstein files are part of the reason why Donald Trump won't actually do anything about Israel, won't actually tell Israel to stand down. That's how they operate. And it's not like a super far-fetched conspiracy theory either, because some of the things that Donald Trump does with his relationship to Israel are so unfathomable and so against the direct and indirect interests of the United States of America that, like, you know, even we joke around about it here where we're like, oh, they're going to, you know, the first time Donald Trump talks shit about Israel, we're going to start seeing some leaks. Because when something is inexplicable, people are going to try to figure out a way to explain it. And it's sitting right there. It's sitting right there. So it's kind of tough for people to not make that assumption.
To get in contact with people that he felt were influential. It was clear that he was trying to get people to get together on the island and meet at parties. So there was something he was doing where he was trying to either influence people or compromise people.
Correct.
So it's not, there's some sort of an operation that was going on.
There is a story there, and, you know, I will go to my deathbed believing there's a story there, but I can't prove it. And I promise you there's not some document that at least I'm hiding that allows us to prove exactly what was going on.
Well, this would be a totally reasonable thing for basically any other human being to say, with the exception of the Vice President of the United States of America. There's like maybe maximum 100 people on the planet that can't say what you're saying right now. Okay? Oh, I'll go to my deathbed wondering what happened. You're the fucking VP. You're the VP. What are you saying? It's like Ghislaine Maxwell being interviewed by Joe Rogan being like, I will never know what happened. It's like, you were there. Ghislaine, I think you know you were there. You were a part of it. And with JD Vance, it's like, if you're that fucking confused, go the fuck down to the files and take a look. That's what's so funny about it. He's like, Joe, between you and I too want some answers. Wow, really? Oh, you do? You want answers, don't you? That's interesting. Rogan fans are trashing the apartment they all share right now. That's
on and out.
He was also trying to get scientists, and this is one of the reasons supposedly
100%.
why he got that ranch in New Mexico.
So a friend of mine has this element. Okay, sorry, I should step back. Conspiracy theories. One of the ways you discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot, is to try to hide it. Another way you discredit a conspiracy theory is by flooding the zone. So one of the things I've tried to do when looking at all this stuff is to try to understand sort of where it fits in and to, you know, try to separate.
Dude, why is he doing this thing where he's like putting his arm around Joe and being like, Joe, you and I, we're both trying to figure out who's an impediment to all this stuff. Who's an impediment to who is creating unnecessary hurdles for us to find out more. Bitch, you're the VP. You're not some random guy. You're not Duncan Trussell. What are you talking about? You want to figure out who did this. Don't do this. I'm just like you shit. You're not. You're not like Joe Rogan. You're not like me. You're not like an average American. You're the fucking vice president. Who is looking at this and going, yeah, no, this is great. Well, JD Vance sure convinced me. We're all just looking for answers, man. Joe, you and I, we're both looking for answers. I'm just as confused as you are. Okay, go look.
Separate the real from the fake. But one really interesting element of the whole Jeffrey Epstein saga. Okay, so he dies in 2019, right? This is at the very end of the first Trump administration. His death coincides very, very closely. This is not my observation. This is a friend, but I don't want to reveal confidences here. It coincides very closely with the end of what you might call the era of censorship in academia. So back in 2019, 2020, we reached sort of peak academic censorship.
Oh my God, he did it. He deployed the smoke grenade. Culture war. Joe was so close. And he had to hit him with you know who killed Jeffrey Epstein actually? Woke. That's right, Joe. I didn't want to say it. Woke killed Jeffrey Epstein. Fantastic. Thank you. That's awesome.
Where people wouldn't publish a medical study because it might have sort of disparate impact racial undertones, or people were getting fired from academia for not doing land acknowledgments, stuff like that. Okay. I'm not saying that stuff has completely gone away, but Epstein, we know, was funding a ton of scientists. By the way, where did his money come from? He was funding a ton of scientists, but like when he died, it's almost like the era of censorship started to break, because he was also plugged into a lot of in academia, but also, he was plugged into the social media companies. Like, this is a dude who knew everybody. He knew everybody. So, look.
So where did his money come from?
Well, from given part of it is suspect tax advice and setting up tax schemes for a lot of very, very rich people.
Right, but why was he motivated to influence academia, and what was the purpose?
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I have theories. There's of course
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America or Israel or another country, or both. Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, one of the interesting things the Epstein saga reveals about, and I try to make this point, is one of the reasons why I'm always careful, and I say there are some elements within the Israeli government who don't like our peace process, because there are a lot of elements within the Israeli government that actually do like our peace process. They recognize that this indefinite campaign is not good for them either. And the Epstein thing is interesting because, as much as I know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now, Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were...
Wait, rewind. Vance admitted?
Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence.
He admits it, but no, hold on. Look at how he pieces it back. No, listen. He admits that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to the Israeli state. He admits that Jeffrey Epstein was connected to the American. First, he said Epstein did woke. Shut up! Stop demanding that I rewind. I know he said Jeffrey Epstein invented woke. Okay. Then he said Epstein is connected to the highest levels of the American government and highest levels of the Israeli government. Okay. But watch how he ties it back. This is how the Israeli government, or at least the Likud government, talks about the Epstein files. Okay.
He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, one of the interesting things the Epstein saga reveals about, and I try to make this point, is one of the reasons why
if you want to rewind, all you need to do is subscribe. By the way, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people. Support independent media. Support the Piker Broadcasting Service. The People's Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, sometimes yesterday's news today as well. And of course, if we situation monitor around these parts, we get to level 10 hype train. We like to carry the flame. We haven't really carried the flame in a minute. So, you know, we could carry the flame today, potentially. Closed Presence with 100 gifted subs. Oh my God, the strait is closed, but Closed Presence is back.
Always careful, and I say there are some elements within the Israeli government who don't like our peace process, because there are a lot of elements within the Israeli government that actually do like our peace process. They recognize that this indefinite campaign is not good for them either. And the Epstein thing is interesting because as much as I know,
the tax fraud. Thank you for the 5
Prime
gifted.
Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now, Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like I've always found that.
Yeah, see? He's doing the same fucking thing. This is how Benjamin Netanyahu talked about the Epstein files. He literally said it was Ehud Barak. It's the woke libtards. Jeffrey Epstein is a woke libtard phenomena. Okay? No, Hassan, you missed. He asked about Mossad. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. He asked about Mossad and he said, yes, Jeffrey Epstein could be Mossad. Is that what you want me to see? Is that what you want? Is that what you fucking want, dude? You want me to go back here? Should we start here again? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't want to rewind. Oh my God. What Kami says? Thank you for the 50 bones. Fuck it, dude. Let's start here.
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night.
We're done. I'm done with the Joe Rogan Experience. Okay? I'm done. I'm done with the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm moving on. Okay? Are you happy? Are you happy? Jesus Christ, y'all are so fucking annoying.
Let me talk.
Anyway, let's talk about Abdul El Sayed, ladies and gentlemen. Abdul El Sayed, a man that the Epstein class is after.
Damn, this guy's good.